As well, hope everyone's had a good day. Obviously, we got quite a bit to get our teeth into for this NXT and actually for this stream in general, because obviously there's going to be a big kind of talking point, big reaction to what went down yesterday. Still feeling the effects of OTM arriving, Royce Keys coming back, a third group being around. Very exciting stuff. I really did enjoy yesterday's Raw. There was large parts of it I thought were just okay. Large parts of it I thought were just pretty average, but it was kind of punctuated with these great moments, be it a match or a segment like Braun and Ober, or, you know, that big shock at the end, which was obviously, you know, my thumbnail. So the fact that something happened at the end of the show that was thumbnail worthy was very much appreciated. So, you know, we're still reeling from that. We're still feeling the effects of that. So let's have a look, shall we, and see what they've got for us on NXT tonight. We do need to just get the thing up on screen. So if I go over here, I can sort that. Here it is. So the main picture here is the weaponized steel cage match. That's what we've got tonight. I seem to remember there being a couple of things booked for this show that I thought was quite interesting. The weaponized steel cage match being one. So this is obviously Saquon and Dion, two very interesting prospects, both in dark state, or were. Saquon being kicked out, and Saquon now, you know, wanting to wrap up this kind of feuds. And we're going to do that with a weaponized steel cage match. So not often you get to see a steel cage match in NXT. Obviously, the Performance Center doesn't really lend itself to a steel cage. It's a little bit small. It's a little bit tight. So we don't do it on a regular basis. But we're doing it tonight, and it's going to have weapons. So we've got that going down. As well as that, we've also got Rey Fenix, the guy that stole the show yesterday until OTM arrived. He is in action again, this time against EK Prosper. So yesterday, he faced off with Dragon Lee in a really great match. Tonight could be just as good. Honestly, tonight could be just as good. EK Prosper. Do not sleep on that guy, right? He is a great, great talent. So Rey Fenix defending that AAA championship against EK Prosper. Then we got Romeo Moreno, Noam Dar, Sean Legacy, and Dorian Van Dukes. They are all joining together to take on BirthRight. Don't hate that. I mean, I think if you look at Romeo, Sean, and Dorian Van Dukes, those are three very, very new talents. And all three of them, I think, have got great promise. I really like Romeo. I think he's a fantastic wrestler, really bringing some great energy, works at a really good pace. Obviously very comfortable, knows what he's doing, and he's been put in a tag team with Noam Dar, and they've quickly found chemistry, those two. So I really like Romeo. Sean Legacy, I like Sean. I think that he kind of is a bit of an old head. He strikes me as someone that's been on the indie scene for quite a while, a bit of a locker room leader when it comes to the new wave, right? Certainly that's how he was being presented in Evolve. You would see him back there going up to people, putting an arm around the shoulder, going, come on, you're going to bounce back from that loss. You know, and he was kind of, you know, being there for people. I think that's his character, but I think it is an extension of who he is. So I think this is someone that's put the work in on the indies. I think this is someone that's been around the block. I think this is someone that's still young and still has got plenty to offer. I've seen him have a couple of good matches in the early days of Evolve. I think because of injury, a bit of inactivity, I need to see where we are with him right now. So a great match, great opportunity for him to show that, right? And I know many of you out there have really been impressed with DVD, Dorian Van Dukes. He is not the tallest, but he's got a good sort of size to him. He's kind of a little bit, I don't know, he kind of strays into that Neville Pack territory where he's got a good physique, is not the tallest, He can do aerial things, just like how, Neville Pat can. He's quite happy to chuck himself around. And he's definitely managed to catch the eye of many of you. So I think putting those three on a team along with the experience of Noam Dar, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing them work together against BirthRight. Don't really care for BirthRight. I'm struggling to connect with BirthRight, but I do think Romeo, Noam Dar, Sean Legacy, Dorian Van Dix, I'm interested to see what they're going to bring. And then we got Callie Armstrong. She is taking on the women's North American champion, Zaria, in a high-stakes match. So, Zaria versus Callie, two female specimens. I mean, both very, very powerful and athletic, going up against each other. That should be pretty fun as well. So, yeah, I think we're in for a pretty good show. I don't know that it's going to be like a mind-blowing show or anything crazy, but I think we're in for a pretty fun show tonight. Connor said apparently Blake Julia has been discussed for Sunday night's main event, but nothing is official as of right now. Yeah, good. I mean, the only thing I'd say is that would probably help those that struggled with us not getting the match the other day. I still think it kind of sucks to advertise a match, promote a match, and then not deliver on that match. It's happened in the past, and it will happen in the future as well. But I just think where you've got a couple of talents, one who hasn't made a debut, one that people want to see get used on a more regular basis, it's just a shame, isn't it? So hopefully they do get added to that cards, and hopefully we can kind of get going with Julia, get going with Blake, and take it from there. It's just me, or does the chat look a little different? I feel like there might have been a little change to the size of the font or something. It looks a little different to my eyes. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but okay. Big Time said, Daze, what do we think is not clicking with Harlem Lewis? He's been in WWE since 2023 and everyone's surpassed him. I know when it comes to training, his name is always top 5 on the boards. To be honest, I think for me, I think it's a little bit in the look and a little bit in the personality. I wouldn't worry about his wrestling, because really, as long as you can get by, then, I think that's probably okay, because we've got a lot of people that are in that boat. I don't think that's enough to stop you. I think that really, if you've got a good look and you've got really good promo skills, then, if your in-ring is just there and, you can show some improvements, then, I think that'd be okay. So I don't actually think it's the wrestling. I don't look at Harlem Lewis and think, oh, if only you could just start having some banger matches, you would, you'd be away. I sort of look at him as he's got a bit of he had a bit of a handlebar moustache. He's got a bit of a leather kind of biker vibe, which doesn't really translate to his entrance music, doesn't translate to his graphics, just doesn't really translate to anything. Doesn't translate to what he says. I don't know really what he's trying to be. I don't know what the look is trying to tell me. I get very strong. Like if I saw him riding around on a Harley, I really wouldn't be surprised. That's the vibe that I get when I look at him. I mean, he does look a little bit like the guy in leather that you would see in, say, the Village People. I kind of get that sort of. I don't think the look is working for him. I don't look at him and see superstar, right? He's just a dude. He just, he's got a decent size to him, but it's when you're around other wrestlers, it's very hard for your size to stand out. You might have a decent size compared to the average person, but you're not in the ring with average people. You're in the ring with people that are also really big. So, yeah, I mean, I think his look is like, I don't even know what the character is. I don't, my Village People knowledge is not as strong as it should be. But he looks like he could be in the Village People, decked out in leather with one of those leather caps. That's the kind of look. In regards to his promos, again, I've heard a bit of I've worked so hard for this type stuff. But again, everyone's worked hard for it. Like, I still don't really know much about you. I feel like there's a real issue with the presentation. I just don't know what this guy is meant to be about. I don't know who he is. I don't know his backgrounds. There's not anything for me to sort of hang my hat on, apart from, as I said, he looks like he could be in the Village People. Yeah, I'm not impressed with him, to be honest. I'm not impressed with Harlem Lewis. I don't have anything to be impressed by. He doesn't impress me on the microphone. He doesn't impress me in the ring. This is about standing out, isn't it? This is about trying to get TV time. And in order to get TV time, it's about being better than others. You know, because you are competing against others to get that TV time. So you've got to be the more interesting option. You've got to be the person the fans want to see more than other people. And that is not Harlem Lewis. I don't care to see Harlem Lewis more than Romeo or more than Dorian Van Dukes, you know, or more than whoever else. So yeah, I think Harlem Lewis for me is someone that I hope he makes it. I hope he finds it, but I don't think he's found it yet. I don't think that if he is going to stay with WWE and he is going to get to the main roster and he is going to be a star in the future, I don't think that what we're doing right now is what we'll be doing then. I think that there's more evolving to be done. But the one thing I will say is in Evolve. He's the Evolve champ right now. So that, you know, that low down the pecking order. I don't know really how much WWE worry about finding the presentation, finding that stuff, because they might just want to get him on TV. They might just want to get him going, and they might just want to let, you know, time take its natural course, where, you know, as you're kind of doing stories, you'll find something, you latch onto that, and from there you can like, you know, get a character and kind of expand. So I don't know how much of a problem it is for where he is in the pecking order. I think right now where he is, it's about improvement, isn't it? It's not about being the finished article. It's about improving your promos and improving your in-ring and looking for anything that you can attach a wagon to, really. Anything that's going to help propel you forwards. Anything that's going to give you momentum. Just seeing if you can find that. Seeing if inspiration can strike. Seeing if there's a little angle or something. I mean, I don't think he's got a catchphrase. I don't think he's got a pose. I don't think he's got anything. I can't think of anything connected with him. I can't think of anything that you can hang your hat on and go, yeah, that's Harlem Lewis, apart from the facial hair, which I don't think is a very strong hook, to be honest. Connor said, Daze, what consequences do we think that Jacob could have for not coming out and saving the Usos? Well, I mean, it won't have any consequences from the Usos, but I mean, there could be consequences with Roman, but he was likely facing consequences from Roman anyway, because there was some footage of Roman like really staring daggers at Jacob after what went down the other week, right? With Solo and him getting murked by Solo. So I think that this is just going to be more evidence to that, isn't it? It's just going to be more for Roman to kind of have a go at Jacob about it. Jacob won't care about the Usos having a go at him because he ain't going to really listen. It'll be water off a duck's back, right? But Roman having a go at him, that'll sting. I'm very interested to see where this goes. I mean, it really could be Jacob coming out, couldn't it, by Survivor Series and joining up with Solo and LA Knight. The question I was asking on the, I think was it the breakdown, was, are we going to do 3 teams at Survivor Series? And if we are, is it going to be 3 teams of 3? Or are we going to do 3 teams of 4? I don't think we would do 3 teams of 5. I don't think we would do 3 teams of 5. But, you know, Roman, Jimmy, Jay, that could be one team. Solo, Jacob, LA Knight could be one team. Royce and OTM could be the third team. You could always add a fourth person into each team. I think that Obafemi could join up with Solo, Jacob, and LA Knight. I think Obafemi getting in the match makes a lot of sense, because then he can get face to face with Roman, and we can tease what is likely going to be our WrestleMania main event. We've seen that before, where we actually do stuff in Survivor Series, do things at the Rumble that just sort of tease WrestleMania. So I could see, it's been a long year, and by the time we get to Survivor Series, that'll be our last big show of the year, other than maybe a John Cena classic that no one knows what the flip is. That is anyway, right? So the last proper show will be Survivor Series. And so it just gives you, it's just a tease of 2027. It's just a glimpse of what 2027 is going to hold. So I'm not down on that if we did that. But the only thing is, you would then have to find a fourth person for the bloodline, which could be Sammy. I mean, Sammy, if he's turning heel and, the bloodline need an OG member, then you could go and get Sammy. But then we would need someone to join up with Royce Keys OTM. That's going to be a lot more challenging, because Royce Keys hasn't really got any friends, hasn't really got anything in the way of kind of connections, has he? Hasn't really got anyone that he can reach out to. I mean, who does Royce Keys reach out to? I don't know. Who does OTM reach out to? I have no idea. I wonder if he could reach out to an old AEW friend, Royce Keys. I mean, would it be crazy for him to reach out to a CM Punk or a Cody Rhodes because of AEW? Don't know. So I don't even know if we're getting 3 teams. But if we do get 3 teams, at least that'll make Survivor Series a little bit more interesting. Hello, Casey. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Jim, hello, said, happy NXT day. I hope everyone's doing well. Bruce said Seth will join Roman one last time, said Bruce. Cheo said Royce could reach out to Cody. Yeah, he could. If you looked into that, or go into that sort of AEW relationship. I don't know if we've acknowledged their friendship, have we, on the show? I don't know. We might have. I can't remember. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you could. I don't know how Cody would look in with that group. I don't know if it would feel right. I can't quite make my mind up. But yeah, because of AEW, and because they are friends in real life, that it's an option. It's on the table. But they might even just keep it in teams of 3. I mean, if you have 2 teams of 5, that's 10 people. If you have 3 teams of 3, it's 9. It's not that big of a difference. So, you could get away with 3 teams of 3. Cody did acknowledge Royce, said Cheo. Why can't War Games be 3-on-3-on-3, said Jim. Well, it could. It'd be fun if it was. As I said, I'm definitely down for something different this year. Miguel said, call up Tony and Kendall and Izzy Dame to the main roster. Johnny hasn't left. That's fake news. Hello, Trini. Hope you're doing well. Would Sammy rejoin the bloodline? Well, I think that would be an option, wouldn't it? I think it'd be an option. What with him being like a heel as well, like he could quite comfortably get back in with the Usos. Don't know how Roman would feel about it. Connor said Jacob is going to turn on Roman soon. Who would we like to see be a 4th member that could join forces with OTM, Royce Keys? Yeah, we're just digging into that. As we said, maybe a connection with like AEW could be a way forward. Robbie said, do we think they could add Shiloh versus Naraku to Sunday's cards? Currently, all 5 matches are title matches, with 6 titles being defended. They could add it. I don't know if they're going to add it. They could. It's got to be one of the matches that will be most likely to be added if we're looking for a 6th. So, yeah. I think if we're looking for a 6th, I just don't know if they want 6. If they want 6, then yeah. Because, Naraku is a big deal. obviously coming in from New Japan. Shiloh is clearly someone they like. So both of those are, people that you could see being added to the cards. So yeah, they could. I don't know if they're looking for 6 matches, because equally you could book that match for next week's show, couldn't you? Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. Daisy, you doing anything on Sunday? I'm wondering if you would pop in the Discord. Well, I don't know what's happening with the shows, to be honest. I haven't even looked to see when we're doing AAA and NXT. I know we've got all that this weekend, so I'm not sure. I haven't looked into when they are, so you might have to get back to me with that. Weaponized, does that mean electrified? No, I believe it just means there's weapons in the cage. So you got the cage set up around the ring, and then I believe there's weapons that are in there. Ricky Starks would be a good choice for Hobbs and OTM. Oh, do you know, that feels better. That feels better. I can't quite put my finger on why that feels better. I think because I've just seen Ricky not long ago in NXT, and I think him being with OTM doesn't feel strange. Cody with OTM feels strange. Ricky with OTM doesn't feel strange. And Ricky with Royce Keys doesn't feel strange. So actually, I think that's really interesting. I don't know that they would do that, because I don't know that Ricky is really that big of a star. But yeah, optics, I think, feel quite good about that. I think that's that one definitely feels like it fits a bit better. Or Big Cass. Big Cass, because of Big Cass coming in from AEW. And him being like, this kind of tall monster that's also like a heel. That kind of works as well in my mind. Yeah, I suppose they're quite a heelish group, aren't they? Because they murked Solo and they murked LA Knight. So Cody being on that team, there's a feeling that's not quite right. And I wonder if it's that. I wonder if Cody being with OTM just doesn't feel quite right. And I wonder if the fact that Royce Keys, OTM are heels and Cody's kind of a face doesn't feel quite right either. That's why the Ricky Saints one feels better, yeah. Days with Oba and Trick. Do we think they're a bit too cartoony? I feel like Javon, JC Soul feel like the NXT version. Trick used to wear multiple outfits, now just wears white fur. I don't think they're too cartoony, no. I think it'd be very difficult to be complaining about Oba when he's getting such crazy reactions right now. I mean, Oba's like one of the biggest stars we've got. Everyone's really excited about him. He's just retired Brock Lesnar. I wouldn't want to sit here and say that he's too cartoony or anything. I mean, to me, you've just got such a promising future prospect there. He is that. And actually, his segment with Bron Breakker was great. I mean, there's nothing from Oba that I would criticize there. In regards to Trick, they like the look of the white coat. So apparently when he wore that white coat, that was not the plan, but they liked it. And Trick told the story that he came back the next week after being called up. It might even have been week 1, but he came back the next week and Bruce Pritchard was like, "Where's the white coat?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "The white coat looked amazing." And it was just in wardrobe. So he was able to go and get it, but he didn't have any plans to wear it again. But I think it was Bruce Pritchard and Triple H. They saw it week 1 and like, that's it, man. That's your look. And I must admit, I like people wearing the same thing, because I'm from that era where, if I say Bam Bam Bigelow, you can remember exactly what he wore. If I say Vader, you can think of his ring gear and the helmet that he came out with. Even Bret Hart, I mean, it's pink and black attack. He might have had variations on it, but it's pink and black, isn't it? You think about Shawn Michaels, and it's when he's the Heartbreak Kids, it's hearts on the gear, might be different colors, but the kind of thing. So I would say with this jacket, white jacket, you can change it so that it's black or blue or something like that. I wouldn't have any issue with that. But I would probably keep the same jacket, because I think that's really becoming like an identity for him. But I think they like the white. I think they like the way the white looks. But no, I wouldn't say like it's all too cartoony. Or I wouldn't say that it's any more cartoony than what WWE is. I mean, WWE, you could say, is like a cartoon. I mean, certainly if you go back to the golden era, you know, I mean, they literally made a cartoon out of Hogan, The Rock and Wrestling. So, you know, I suppose in a way you could make an argument that WWE is always cartoony, but I wouldn't say that these two are more cartoony than, you know, the average. I feel like, you know, are they more cartoony than Penta? I think it's fine. I don't know if that's what the streets are saying. I think the streets have got nothing. I think the streets are bored. I don't think the streets have got much going on, if that's where the conversation is. Nathan said, I watched The Rock and Wrestling every Saturday morning. Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch it every Saturday morning, but I did catch it when I was young. And, it wasn't the best cartoon in the world. I think I was a bit disappointed that the voices didn't sound more like the actual wrestlers. But even so, you know, it was so fun having a cartoon of WWF. And all those episodes have gone up onto WWE Vault on YouTube. So if you go over there, then you can find the Rock and Wrestling cartoon. They went through a period, I think it was like last year, where every Saturday morning they were dropping a new episode, and they're all up there now. So if you've never seen it and you fancy giving it a go, it's just over on WWE Vault, and you can watch all the old episodes. Denham said maybe they could bring up Dion Lennox for NXT Keys group. Yeah, it's funny actually. I think for that Royce Keys group, I'm feeling a lot more positive about an NXT talent. That doesn't strike me as strange. So like an Ethan Page, a Ricky Saints, a Dion Lennox, a Tony D'Angelo, all of those feel comfortable. It might be OTM the problem, because OTM don't know anyone and they've only just come up. So who's going to side with them? Who is going to look right standing next to them? First of all, the person needs to be a heel. Maybe if they're a heel, it'll just work. You know, maybe if you put a Rusev in, it'll just work because he's a heel, you know, or a Corbin. Perhaps it'll just work because he's a heel and they're a heel group. But yeah, I must admit, any of those kind of NXT names feel like the optics are a bit better than a Cody or say a CM Punk. X Mulder said, Daze, are high-risk moves worth it considering the toll they take? One serious injury could stall a career. Yeah, I think, well, they're worth it, but they're obviously worth it at certain times. I mean, a high risk, depends what you mean by high risk. I mean, quite a few moves can be classed as high risk. But if you're talking something like really big, I mean, I would say probably just save that for a PLE. Like, because your career is sort of defined by those big PLE matches. If we go back and think, you know, about different wrestlers, my brain normally goes WrestleMania, SummerSlam first. Depends who the wrestler is, depends what they've done in their career. But, you know, if I think about John, he's done so much that, you know, you just think about those iconic John moments. But, you know, a lot of them are like, say, him against The Rock at like WrestleMania 28, 29. Or him against Big Show at 20, you know, his matches with the likes of Stone Cold, Shawn Michaels, and Triple H, and you can kind of go through like the WrestleMania ones. And I sort of feel like those matches, that's where, you know, your career, it carries a bit more weight, those matches. So I think in those situations, you can go all out. You know, you can pull whatever you've got out of the bag. I think on a Raw and a SmackDown, not really. You don't need to be risking life and limb. But, you know, hopefully you've got the skill set and the ability to still put on a great match. Hopefully your general work is going to be, you know, good enough. I mean, we've said before, moves are kind of overrated. They're like notes. Like, you can know loads of notes, but you don't need them all. You just need certain ones played at a certain time. And actually, you know, that's the same with wrestling. You just need certain moves done at a certain time, in a certain rhythm, with the selling ability and the crowd engagements, the right pacing, the right finish. Obviously, you want some really good sequences in there. But I mean, if you've got like the structure of the match and you've got some, good moves, not anything that's going to be too risky, but you've got some good stuff and you've got a good finish. I mean, you can churn out like really good matches, great matches, just by doing that. You do not need to be doing all these high risk moves on a regular basis. I would just bring them out for the PLEs so that you just elevate your PLE match a little bit. But, I mean, look at Sol Ruka. She's doing all these high risk moves and, she's been struggling to land them. And I would say it's kind of stalled her career a little bit. Nothing drastic. WWE is still very committed and, she's still got, the whole career ahead of her. But she's hit a bit of a bump, hasn't she? I think we can all agree she's hit a bumpy road, but a bumpy patch. And it's because she's going for these high moves and not getting them. And so as a result now, people are questioning, is she even that good? I mean, the truth is she's trying to do pretty crazy stuff, She's trying to really push the kind of the boundaries. She's really trying to be someone that stands out and high risk, high rewards, but also a big downside if you don't ever quite get it or quite land it. You start getting that reputation that you botch and all that sort of stuff. But she's not in there just doing a clothesline and a drop kick. She's trying to do like splashes, springboard splashes and all this kind of stuff. I mean, the Soul Snatcher's crazy. So I mean, it's probably understandable she doesn't hit it every time. It's just a shame because these were not issues that she was having when she was in NXT. I do think nerves are playing a part. I think, being in front, and I think even if nerves are just a little part at the beginning, if you don't hit a move and you feel bad and a bit embarrassed because you've got to walk back to Gorilla and sort of, acknowledge Bruce Pritchard, acknowledge Triple H and, put a brave face on it. All that's going to do is make you more nervous next time, isn't it? Next time you have to go out there, all of a sudden it's a lot harder now because all of a sudden, you didn't go well last time. Are you the kind of person that can just completely shake it off and move forwards? Or is it still going to be in your mind just a little bit when you go for the move? I mean, can you go for the move and just not think about it? Or is there just going to be like, right, even if it is just right, come on, hit it this time, yeah? And you go over and you slip again or something, and oh my God, then you got to walk to the back a second time, having, not landed some stuff in a second match. And you got to walk through Gorilla with Triple H, Bruce Pritchard, and everyone back there. I mean, again, put yourself in her shoes. Really not fun. And I'd imagine she's probably felt a bit embarrassed, a bit awkward. And, that's her going for high risk stuff, which, thankfully has not resulted in any injury, but it's just sort of, I don't know, probably cooled the enthusiasm a touch on her at the moment. But she'll be fine, as we keep saying. The more she wrestles, the more she just gets comfortable, hits the moves. I really like what we're doing with her in regards to, we took the belt off her. We've put her in like a tag match. She's around EO, which is a bit of support. She's also, had that match the other week where, was it Lyra? And she was going for stuff, but Lyra kept shutting her down and preventing her from doing it, which is basically WWE's way of stopping her from doing it, right? We're just going to have you go out there and wrestle. Anytime you go for anything big, we'll have Lyra shut it down and just be comfortable being in front of the people. And that's good. Yeah, I mean, that to me is like a good adult approach where we'll just drop in we'll start like doing the Soul Snatcher. We'll only do that. Then we'll drop this in. Then we'll drop and we'll just ease our way in. And after a few months, you'll be doing all of your stuff. You won't even be thinking about it. And, you'll be a lot more comfortable than you were when you first came up. So, yeah, I think there's obviously a place for high-risk moves. I mean, you couldn't say, like, you wouldn't want to turn around and say, no, don't do anything ever. I mean, wrestling should be trying to explore its boundaries, just like with art and music. You know, it'd be a little bit like saying, oh, well, you know, this folk music's really good. Do we need electric guitars? Do we need them? You know, I mean, we've got some great music anyway. Do we need electric guitars? And it's like, well, yeah, because there's loads of stuff you can do with electric guitars. So, you know, in regards to like high risk moves, I mean, look at the innovation that's kind of come from Mexico, Lucha Libre, some of the amazing stuff they're doing with 450 splashes and all this kind of stuff, right? Springboard attacks and all of that. I mean, if you'd shown some of that stuff to flipping the guys in the 60s and the 70s, they wouldn't believe it. So I think it's good that you continue to explore, continue to push boundaries, continue to innovate. But, you know, with that is going to come a little bit of risk, isn't there? So doing it safely is what's most important. Christopher, hello. Hope you're doing well. Sweet and Sassy, hello, said Daze. We went to a house show this week. We met Elijah Holyfield and EK Prosper. Oh, that's great. That's great. I'm guessing that was an NXT show. Sweet and Sassy, you say that you met them. How did you meet them? Were they just around when you was there? Or was it a VIP thing? Or was it that you just got to meet them? Like it was, because I've had different experiences. When I first went to an NXT show in 2018, there was a table set up before the show started, and there was 3 women at the table that you could meet. I think one was, I can't remember exactly. One I think was Santana Garrett. One might have been like Zaya Lee or something like that. And I can't remember who the other one was. Can't remember. I mean, it was 3 women of that kind of like a Vanessa Bourne, right? It was 3 women of that sort of caliber. You know, they didn't go on to be Rhea Ripley or anything. But they were like 3 upcoming women at the time. So there was a big queue of people and it was just free to meet them before the show started. And I got the impression that they did that every show. I got the impression that every time they did an NXT show, there would be a table and you could meet some of the stars. And that was just like a free perk of going. But when I went back in 2024, they did not do that. When I went to a show in 2024, you had to pay a little bit extra to do the VIP. And what that was it meant you got to enter early. You got to ask some questions of the wrestlers, and you then got a picture with them after. And so I went, and it was No Quarter Catch Crew. It was Charlie Dempsey, Miles Bourne, and Damon Kemp. Those were the 3 that I got to kind of meet. And I've got a picture with them, actually. And I've told the story before. I asked the question. It was Blake Howard's who was kind of, you know, overseeing it. And so he came over to me and he was like, did you have a question, mate? And I was like, yeah. I don't know if you can ask this, but I was just wondering, at what point do they kind of start calling the moves in the ring? So what I wanted to get at was, you know, I didn't want to ask what's your favorite wrestler or something like that, right? I'm bored about that. I'm not interested. I wanted to know a little bit more about the process of learning how to wrestle. That's what they're doing, isn't it? They're in NXT. So I want to know a bit more about the process of, you know, at what point did you start calling it in the ring? At what point was your match all planned out for you? And at what point did you start like feeling comfortable where you could call it in the ring? That's any kind of variation on that was kind of what I was interested in. And he was like, leave that one with me. And I could tell that Blake did not want to ask that question, right? Because I didn't know if this was like kayfabe or not. I didn't know if like, what can I ask? Do you know what I mean? Do I have to put my hand up and go, why are you all such bad people, right? Did I have to pretend they were in character? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are of this Q&A, right? So so he thought about it. And he ended up going, there's a question from this gentleman here. he would like to know, you know, you lot have obviously done a lot outside of wrestling, a lot of, you know, various kind of amateur wrestling or whatever it might be, athletic pursuits. How have you brought that into your wrestling? And they were like, okay. And they started answering that. And he looked at me and went, yeah. And I was like, yeah, no, you've done a brilliant job. In my mind, I was thinking, that is absolutely not what I asked. In my mind, I was like, no, that is not my question whatsoever. I don't know where you've pulled that from, but that ain't my question. Really nice guy, though. I got to tell you, Blake Howard is a really, really nice guy. But yeah, so that was my experience when I went in 2024. And it was really good. I mean, I would really recommend it. I'd recommend going to a house show. If ever I go back, and I'm hoping to go back to America within the next few years, if ever I do go back, I will 100% do another NXT house show and the VIP and all that. I mean, the VIP is like $20 or something, $10. I don't know. It wasn't much. But you got to go in about half an hour earlier. There was only about 6 of us. Do you know what I mean? I mean, there's like 6 of us sat in the front row with Charlie Dempsey, Miles Bott. I mean, if imagine if there's like 6 of you and you had Julia, Stephanie, and flipping Ricky Saints or someone. It is bonkers. It is bonkers that you get this kind of mental access. I don't know why more people don't do it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, imagine going now. You have Naraku, you had flipping Grayson Waller, Cruz Montana. I don't know. But like, you know, you could have had Lola Vice or whoever. So yeah, I like it's. I think it's brilliant. I think it's one of my favorite things to do is to go to an NXT house show, get some pictures, and whilst I was waiting for that show to start, this guy arrived with like a takeaway pizza, and we were standing outside because obviously we were going in half an hour early. So we were waiting outside, and this pizza guy was there. Door open. Javon Evans at the door, right? Went, cheers, mate, thank you. Took the pizza, went inside. I don't know if it was for him or if it was he was passing it to someone or whatever, and he'd just gone to collect it. But yeah, I mean, you get little things like that, which is just like really strange. So anyway, coming back to what I was saying, Sweet and Sassy, how did it work when you went? They do VIP meet and greets. It was question and answers, and then you get right. So you had the same experience that I had. It was $25. $25. I don't know if that's more than I paid. I mean, it might be. I mean, it is 2 years after now. I can't remember if I paid 20 or 25. Can't remember, but yeah, it was around that. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. As you say, little bit of a question and answer thing, and get to kind of meet them after. So you met Elijah Holyfield, EK Prosper. I rate both of them, honestly. I think EK Prosper's a brilliant talent. I think he's a very, very promising talent. I won't be shocked if both of them don't make it to the main roster. Holyfield as well. I mean, obviously he's so marketable because of the name. But, I mean, he's got a really good look. He's got a long way to go with his in-ring. But you know that they really want that to work out. So it's good for the talent as well, isn't it? You know, to meet the fans, hear what the fans are talking about, rather than just being in a bubble, but actually get out there, meet and greets, get that kind of experience. It's good for them as well. So, yeah, great. Love that. It's always nice finding out who people are out there meeting and kind of having these experiences with. So, very cool. Sweet and Sassy said, Cruz, Montana, and Grayson only do house shows when out of Florida. Oh, right. Oh, they don't do the Florida ones, really? Well, that's strange. Big Time said, Daze, Ray Fenix matches seem to be the ones where handcuffs are loose a bit. Like against Vikingo, Frazier, Mello, Dragon Lee, the crowd were eating it up. It's got a high cage match rate, and it felt like an AEW match. He was brilliant, yeah. I mean, I think for me, it's a question mark around the AAA talent. So I think what this tournament has done, as it's sort of shown that there is a difference between competing on a Saturday and competing on a Monday or a Friday. Maybe not so much for the WWE talent, but maybe a bit more for that AAA talent, because it can't be a coincidence that Rey Fenix, has kind of gone out there with Dragon Lee, who is also a WWE talent, right? Who competes regular on Raw and SmackDown. And they've gone and put on a banger. But then how many times in this tournament have we had a AAA talent appear on Raw or SmackDown or whatever, and it be underwhelming, not reaching the heights that we hoped? Just like Penta La Parka. I mean, Penta La Parka on the exact same show did that. Do you know what I mean? Like, they could not find that magic, could they? And I'm adamant that if you do Penta versus La Parka on a Saturday, it's going to be better than that. Because La Parka's been fantastically entertaining in AAA. Penta is Penta. So how did those two come together and deliver a match that was, I don't know, I think you said it was like good 96 as a community, something like that, which is fine. It's fine, but I think we all expected a little more out of those two. So I think Fenix being in there with Dragon Lee was a big positive for him. Had he been in there with a AAA talent, I would just have my doubts that it would have reached those same levels. Maybe it's nerves. I mean, maybe, honestly, we don't take into account the fact that a lot of this talent is just not performing in front of these kinds of crowds. They perform in decent crowds, but, I don't know, 10,000? Those kinds of numbers? Being in America? It's not only the people in the arena. You got to remember that this Raw SmackDown is the biggest wrestling show. It's been seen, but there is no other show that you can go on that's going to have the same level of production, that's going to have the same level of builds. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's when you're there rehearsing in the day, building up towards the show on the night, and there are millions of people around the world that are watching on Netflix, right? Not only have you got to think about the 10,000 in the arena, but you got to think about this is the number one most watched wrestling show in the world. I mean, I believe it outdoes SmackDown. I'm not sure. It's hard because they work them out different ways, don't they? One's over 7 days globally, one's in, I don't know. It's either one or two. I mean, Raw and SmackDown are 1 and 2, aren't they? So, yeah, I wonder if, like, that has been a factor for some of this AAA talent. Because we know they're better than what we've seen on Raw whenever they've come over. So, maybe he benefited from being in there with Dragon Lee. I do have no doubt, or very little doubt, that Penta Rey Fenix is going to bang. I mean, that is two obviously great talents, very experienced, not going to be worried about being on Raw or in front of a crowd, being watched by millions. The process of the day is not going to phase them. The chemistry that they have, I'm sure, will come through. My only concern is going to be, I hope it's not an Uso versus Uso situation where we just think that the chemistry is going to be there and, they've kind of been around each other their whole lives and it's going to be amazing, and then it underwhelms for reasons that I still do not understand. Still do not understand why Jimmy versus Jay was as poor as what it was. And I hope that Penta Rey Fenix does not become this year's version of that. I don't think it will. I think it'll be amazing. But yeah, it has been very eye-opening, honestly. I do think there's a question that's worth asking there, as I said the other day. If I'm Triple H, I want to know, why is it on the 1 hour show on a Saturday, they can put on bangers and they can look like world beaters and they can just look like a collection of the greatest wrestlers we've ever seen. And then you bring some of them to Raw and it just looks average. Why is that? Is it nerves? Is it the producers? Is it because someone somewhere is watering them down? Is it Triple H himself? Is he saying something that's kind of, I don't know, watering it down? I wouldn't think so. I mean, if you're going to bring this talent onto your show, you're bringing them because you want them to do what they do on a Saturday, don't you? I mean, you don't bring in La Parker or bring in whoever, Wagner, Dr. Wagner Jr. You don't bring these people in and having seen what they do on a Saturday and then just take their tools away. So, I don't know. Perhaps there's the odd move that you can't allow them to do because it's sort of like not acceptable when it comes to WWE, but it's a bit more allowed in AAA. But I mean, that should not result in the match quality dropping. It's crazy. We sit here on a Saturday and it's like every match gets a great rating. I mean, honestly, on a Saturday, they just can't miss. But then you've watched a few matches now with AAA talent and on a Raw, and it's been good, but not hit those same heights. There is definitely a question worth asking there. Definitely something that's not quite right. I think we could get some NXT surprises in the Gauntlet match on Sunday, but it might just be Carmen, says Robbie. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, could we see a triple threat between KO, Sammy, Punk for the Undisputed Championship at Sunday night's main event? I think we could see a triple threat. I don't know if it'll be at Sunday night's main event, but obviously we haven't got loads of shows coming up. So I think that might be our only one in September, because obviously we have had SummerSlam this month. So yeah, that might be our only one. So they might go really big and treat it like a PLE, or they might want to just save it for a SmackDown and try and make, some SmackDowns bigger to try and help boost the ratings a bit more. Because there does feel like there's an attempt to do that at the moment. I mean, if you look at like Penta Roman, I'm sure it'll be Penta. That's going to go down on a Raw. If you look at CM Punk Kevin, that just went down on a SmackDown. So we've got Stephanie versus Liv coming up in a couple of weeks for the Women's World Championship. So there is like this attempt, seemingly, to try and boost Raw and SmackDown. So that triple threat could go down on a SmackDown. But yeah, they're certainly around each other, aren't they? Nathan said, shouldn't we have a Cruiserweight belt? But for all this amazing talent from AAA, Cruiserweight belt could be a stepping stone. There is a Cruiserweight belt. Fenix has got that. He's got the AAA Cruiserweight title. And that belt is kind of being used in WWE, which is good to see. I think they're doing a good job, actually. I don't think we need loads of belts. Why don't we just use the belts we've got better? So, we've got trios belts, which I didn't even know AAA had. So why don't we have those belts being defended outside of AAA a bit more? We've got the AAA Cruiserweight belt, and we're going to see that defended tonight against EK Prosper. And we've seen Rey Fenix defending that belt on a regular basis. So there is a Cruiserweight belt that's floating around. There are trios belts that are floating around. We got mixed tag belts from AAA, which I think we could do a lot more with. That, we could be using. And I'll tell you, the annoying thing is that, like, why aren't we using them? Because we aren't defending those belts like all the time in AAA. I don't even know the last time I saw mixed tag championships defended on AAA. It is a bit of a surprise to me that we get so much commentary about people that miss out on Raw and miss out on SmackDown, but you never ever hear that about the people that miss out on AAA, yet AAA gets all this praise. I do find that very interesting that, there is this clamour for, like, should Undertaker book Raw and SmackDown, but then he does not face the same criticisms that Triple H faces. Because there's loads of wrestlers that do not feature on a weekly basis in AAA. There are championship belts that can go a little while without featuring. I didn't even know we had trios belts. I couldn't even tell you the last time trios belts had been defended in AAA. And we've got these mixed tag belts as well, which, they've been defended on and off here and there. But again, you can go a pretty good period of time without having those belts even mentioned, right? Don't even see these people in backstage segments. And granted, they've only got an hour to play with, right? I understand that they've got very tight time constraints. But, yeah, I mean, this is obviously something which we could be utilizing better by using the rest of WWE, you know? Why not have, if they're not going to be on AAA for a good few weeks, why not have those belts kind of going over to NXT, going to SmackDown, going to Raw? Could be a way of getting some, you know, some of that talent on. You could make the argument, well, if you defend the AAA belts on SmackDown, are you not taking a couple of spots away from SmackDown talent because, you know, you're using AAA talent instead, which is a fair argument. But I think that it would still be good to kind of have these belts kind of doing the rounds. The Cruiserweight one is doing that. So why don't we have the Trios one doing that? Why don't we have the mixed tag belts doing that, you know? In fact, we've even got the tag belts doing that because they're currently on War Raiders, who have been obviously doing stuff over on SmackDown. So, I mean, we've got the AAA tag belts featuring on WWE TV. So I think there is an opportunity there to get a little more synergy between the brands and actually have some of these belts kind of, you know, being defended on different brands and doing the rounds. I don't think we've quite figured that bit out yet. I don't think we've quite worked out how that works. You know, we just kind of use people here and there whenever, but there's not like a system. So, I don't even know who's got those mixed tag belts at the moment. I want to say it's who has got those mixed tag belts? I know they were on Mr. Iguana and Lola. Is it La Hydra that's got one now? But I don't know who's got the other. I actually do not know who the mixed tag team champs are right now. J Rich said there's many couples in WWE that a mixed tag division would be amazing, said J Rich. Could be really fun. Yeah, as you said, lots of couples. I mean, Damian and Lola could absolutely join forces. You could even have Maxine and Austin Theory kind of going for them, even though they're not like a real life couple. They're a couple on TV. Liv and Dom would be pretty fun. I agree. There's lots of possibilities. Could be really, really fun. Could you imagine if you had like Becky and Seth trying to get the belts from Damian and Lola or something? Like, that could low-key be Sunday night's main event type match, or, you know, a B-show type PLE. Could be really, really fun. Yeah. Big Time said, I like Lash Legends. Her pairing with Nia's not worked in ring. I don't like Nia's heat is going to Lash. I wish they kept Jakara when that pairing complemented both. Yeah, I mean, I think this pairing for Lash is useful because I don't think the pairing is a long-term pairing. I don't think it's something that she is going to be stuck in forever. I think what it is if you've got someone like Lash that's a bigger girl, then, you know, she's taller and she's got a bit more size to her than, you know, a Candice LeRae, an Io Sky or whatever, right? You know, she is meant to be a bit of a monster, right? She's meant to be a little bit of a force, hence why they're called irresistible forces. So it makes sense, doesn't it, to kind of go, well, listen, the person that's been playing that role for the last 10 years plus is Nia Jax. She is going to have learned what to do, what not to do, what works, what does not work, how to get heat, how to, you know, the kind of feedback she's received over 10 years is obviously going to be very, very useful for Lash Legends. She can have a fast track of like 10 years, you know. Here's 10 years worth of information that I've been told about what I did that worked and didn't work. Hey, did I ever tell you that time that I got in trouble for doing this? Oh, I've got to tell you, if ever someone's down in the corner and they're selling, don't go over and throw in a stomp, because I've done that on several occasions and they didn't know it was coming because they were selling. I've ended up catching them right in the face and kind of told myself, don't do that. If they're selling, just let them sell. And, you know, I'll go to the other side now and I'll posture, I'll gesture I won't actually do that 'cause, too many times they're kind of selling, they just don't see it coming. Whatever, right? I don't know. But my point is that you can totally understand why you would put those two together, because she can give her 10 years plus worth of, here's a load of information. And also, it's just, again, if you look at Sol Ruka and the challenges that she's had going out there on her own, now I know she's doing crazy stuff, but again, look at the challenges she's had. Look at the challenges Jordan Grace has had, not on TV. Look at the challenges that Blake's having getting going. Look at the challenges Julia's having. If you've got someone like Lash Legend and you put her with a tag partner and that person is Nia Jax, who I'd imagine's earning, a decent amount of money. I don't think she's on the starter wage. I would imagine she's earning a bit more than that, yeah? I don't think it's millions and millions. I think the starter wage is 350,000. Maybe Nia Jax is on 750, something like that, right? 800,000, not sure. But I would imagine it's, above the 350 mark. We've spoke before, haven't we, about that sort of salary pressure, where if you are paying someone money, you want to get your money's worth. So you want to use those people. And so there's maybe a bit of pressure there to make sure that Nia's just not sat in catering, because Triple H doesn't want to have to justify to Nick Khan why is a girl that we're paying 800,000 sat in catering with a girl that we've just called up. You've got to use them. So actually, there's another benefit to her being with Nia. It's not only getting all of that experience and knowledge and all of that stuff, it's also about making sure that she features on as regular an occasion as possible, right? We know the women's tag division is not the most important in the world, but at least she's not just rotting in catering where we're struggling to find stuff for her. And at least she's not on her own where she's just struggling and, she needs somewhere to turn. Even during matches, she's got someone there that she can tag in if, she needs to. Or even if she's having a singles match, Nia is normally at ringside for her as well. It's just a bit of support, Again, you can't stress the importance of having someone around in your corner if you've just come up from NXT, because the difference between NXT and the main roster is so vast. You just can't prepare people for the main roster. There's no real way of doing it because there's nothing else like it. And NXT is not even really close, is it? I mean, you can see for yourself the difference between the main roster and NXT. So I think that this isn't really about Lash becoming the person she's going to become, right? Just like how when Liv Morgan was in Riot Squads, that wasn't really about Liv. You could imagine people at the time being like, oh, why is Liv in this group? Why has she come up doing this Riot Squad stuff? Could have had any girl here. But what that was it was Liv getting accustomed and acclimatized and used to being on the main roster and being a bit protected by having Ruby Riott there, having Sarah Logan there. And so it means that she can find her feet, get comfortable. And then when it is time to pull the trigger, she can then start the process of, kind of building on what she's learned, going off being a solo star. I think it's just the exact same thing with Lash Legend. I think Lash Legend will break away from Nia at some point, build on what she's already got, stand on her own 2 feet. Before you know it, you've got someone there that's got experience, that's learned loads of stuff from Nia, learned a load of stuff herself, hopefully can build on all of that and be the best version of herself. That is a process, though. That is part of the process. I understand people struggle with this first year and two when people come up from NXT, because you watch people in NXT and they do great stuff, they're used all the time, but you got to remember this is a small pond. NXT is small. I mean, if you are a big deal in NXT, then brilliant, that means you're going to get called up, but all that means is you become a small fish in a much, much, much bigger pond. Much bigger. You're swimming with sharks now. So, you look at someone like Johnny Gargano, who was like multiple time champion in NXT for so long, one of the biggest names to come out of NXT. People obviously really connect with Johnny. They've loved his work. He goes to the main roster. You start again. It's not a continuation. It'll be a continuation for those that watch NXT, but that's the minority if you look at the overall wrestling landscape. If you grab the average wrestling fan ain't watching NXT. The average wrestling fan is like tuning into the odd show. They got life. It's hard for us to comprehend because I think pretty much everyone here is a hardcore WWE fan. You all love it to the point where you're here on a Tuesday watching that next generation. We're even talking of going to NXT house shows so that we can meet them and all that. I mean, we are so far down the rabbit hole, right? Even at this level, we're quite far down the rabbit hole. Your average fan is going to work, has got kids, bills to pay, is, taking kids to play football and, getting home late, having dinner, putting something on. They're watching the odd show, maybe reading some results, keeping in with stuff, watching PLEs. They ain't keeping up to date with NXT and, not your average fan. So when you go to the main roster, you basically start again. You're a small fish in a really big pond. And I think that first initial period is really acclimatizing, getting used to being in new surroundings, new environment, learning the locker room, learning the politics, the do's and the don'ts, and, trying your best to, give the best account of yourself, right, on the main roster. And I think that takes a period of time. Which is why, I don't worry about, like, Julia. I don't worry about Jordan. I don't worry about Ricky. I don't worry about these people. Because I just think they're in a bit of a fight where they're trying to get TV time. Opportunity is going to be here and there. It's not just going to be on a plate for you. Do I wish the creative was better for them? Yeah, of course. I wish when you got called up, your creative was mapped out for 6 months. But that's just not the world that we live in. Some people can get that, but not everyone. Rarely, actually, do people get that. And so, certainly in this day and age. So, I think that we're, with Lash, she's with Nia. She'll be fine. She can, learn a few bits and bobs. She'll break out, stand on her own 2 feet. Amazing. The concern is if it keeps going and they just never get round to these people and we just can't find a way of getting them on TV. It'd be interesting, though. It'd be very interesting to see if there's any examples, because I can't think off the top of my head of anyone that's been called up, really not given opportunity and then cut. I'm sure there are some examples. I'm sure there are. But, maybe Tommaso might come to mind. Didn't really get loads. I think there were some injuries in there, though. So, you do have that as obviously a concern about people that can get called up, not really get much opportunity, and it just didn't work out type thing. So I understand that there will be people concerned for that. But I think by and large, a lot of it is just ever moving, creative, isn't it? And trying to find a way in and trying to get that opportunity, trying to be ready for when that opportunity comes along. And then when it does, you've got to take it. Otherwise, you don't know when that next opportunity is going to come. If it is Blake Julia, Sunday night's main event, they need to really put on a great match. They need to really, show that we cannot be ignored. You can't just leave us in catering. So they are going to need to put in a performance. That puts a bit of pressure on it, which probably doesn't help. But it's just the reality of wrestling, and certainly wrestling where there's so many options right now. We spoke about how kind of oversaturated it is at the moment. And we've had a conversation about should we keep bringing in all these new people, because we're not even using some of the people we've got. So, but we just keep bringing in more and more and more and more. A lot of that, though, is to do with, wrestling fans wanting the new and the shiny. And that's always been the case, and that's never going to go away. In fact, it's probably only going to get worse. Okay, there's one thing that just popped into my head, and that is this. So, Wrestle Feuds. We do this on a weekly basis. We didn't do it last week, so I wasn't around last Wednesday. But we do have our final Wrestle Feud tomorrow. It's going away for a little while, and then it will come back in a blaze of glory, right? So this is the Wrestle Feud questionnaire. These are the 4 questions that I'm going to be putting to the members tomorrow, right? So what's the best match of 2026 so far? I think I know what number 1's going to be. I might be able to take a stab at number 2 and number 3, but I need the top 8. So I'm very interested to see what people have got to say. What's the best match of 2026 so far? Then, what with Kevin Owens coming back, right, recently, the question I've got is, what is a dream match for Kevin Owens? If you could have Kevin Owens taking on someone, who would you like that to be? Who do you want to see Kevin go up against? Now that he's back after a year and a half away and the landscape has changed, what is a dream Kevin Owens match? We've obviously got one, kind of had one with him and CM Punk, but what match do you want to see? Ideally singles. I think I get a bit confusing if we start doing fatal 4-ways, triple threats, all that stuff. So ideally singles. Other than Roman, who's the most important current star? Again, I think I could probably guess the top couple, but I don't know. It's different, that, isn't it? Important in what way? Important because of ratings, merch, in-ring ability, the reaction they get from the crowds. I don't know how you kind of work that out, but the question is the question. We know that Roman pretty much tops all of those. So you take him away, who's the most important? Again, I think the first couple is definitely names that kind of scream at you, of course, but I wonder what the top 8 is going to be. I'm going to take the top 8 answers and see if the members that are playing can sort of guess those top 8. Which current star didn't you like, but you do now? It's very current focus, this one, actually. What current star didn't you like, don't like them, but you do like them now? They've changed your mind. Who has changed your mind? Wow. Might be recent. Might be that it got changed earlier this year or last year, but you didn't like them, but you do like them now. That's going to be interesting. I kind of like that one. We asked a similar question to that not long ago. It was, who did you like, but you don't now? This is the reverse. Who didn't you like, but you do now? So I like these questions. I think these are pretty solid. What's the best match so far? What's a dream match for Kevin Owens? Other than Roman, who is the most important current superstar? Lots of names come to mind on that. One screams. And then you've got, which current star didn't you like, but you do now? You can see we're starting to get some responses in. We've had 4 responses in already. A big thank you to these people. It doesn't go anywhere. Don't do anything with it apart from just gather your answers for tomorrow's quiz. We've been doing this for months and months and months and months and months. It is actually going away for a little bit. I've got to sort the system out that we use to work it all out. But it'll come back down the road in a month or so in a blaze of glory. Right. If I'm WWE, I'm going to cut salaries. I'm going to groom my cheaper talent and put on great shows, says William. Video Watcher said Blake Monroe belongs in a diva era. Does she even go to the gym and lift weights? I think she does. I mean, she's got, with women, they're never going to be like huge, are they? Jacked and whatever. I mean, Rhea's in the gym all the time. And, she's got some muscle there. She's got some biceps, whatever. But, they're never going to be like the British Bulldog or Hogan or anything like that. So, yeah, I think she probably does to, stay in shape, stay toned. I wouldn't say that she looks any worse than a lot of the female talent, I think it's harder for them to show the gains than it is for the guys to show the gains if they put the work into the gym. So I think that she's a good wrestler. You know, she can do some good work. I think the thing with Blake Monroe for me is still her best feud by a mile is Toni Storm in AEW. I don't think we've been able to find anything that can even remotely get close to that. So I'm looking for her to, you know, turn up the character work a little bit. I'm looking for her to certainly turn up the in-ring work. So I think that I think she's interesting. I think she's got a lot of potential, but yeah, it is a bit disappointing that the most interesting thing I've seen her do was the Toni Storm stuff. So, you know, let's see what she did some decent stuff in NXT, don't get me wrong, but yeah, she's definitely someone that's got a lot to prove to me. She's definitely someone that I'm kind of looking at I don't know, show me what you've got. Yeah, because there's a lot of girls, man. There's a lot of great women. We know the women are absolutely killing it at the moment. And you know, actually, there was a really interesting message that Jordan Grace put out the other day. I meant to talk about this, and we never got round to it. But Jordan Grace put out a message, which I don't know if I'll be able to find it now, because... let's go. Oh, I think I just reposted it. Yeah, there it is. So this is what Jordan Grace said. So I'm writing a research paper in Kindsology. I don't know what that means. I've never heard of Kindsology. Class. It's something highly debated. So why are female athletes transitioning to professional wrestling and outperforming their male counterparts in developmental training? I mean, that is really interesting, because she's probably not wrong, is she? Because I think a lot of people would say, and even Triple H has said on WWE Unreal, that the women are really outperforming the guys, right? It's a wild thing for a female talent to sort of say out loud. Why are female athletes transitioning to professional wrestling and outperforming their male counterparts in developmental training? I mean, honestly, if you're a guy in developmental, you should be so ashamed, you know? You should be so ashamed that, like, this is the general consensus right now. And actually, there's now main roster talent saying it out loud. Triple H said it. The only thing with Triple H saying it is, I always wondered if he said it to get a bit of buzz, to get a conversation going, right? I always wondered if that line in the first series of Unreal was true, or if he was just saying it to generate a bit of conversation. But he does say it in the first season of Unreal, and he's probably not wrong. This is probably true, right? Still wild to read a talent saying it, though. So, why female athletes transition into professional wrestling outperform their male counterparts? So, she thinks the biggest reasons is because most women are coming from sport with high transferability to wrestling. So, that would be like gymnastics, wouldn't it? I mean, you Kalani Jordan, Tiffany Stratton, Sol Ruka, you know, they're kind of coming from very gymnastics backgrounds, which gives them obviously a lot of flexibility, lots of agility. It means they can do a lot of those kind of, you know, springboard attacks, aerial attacks, things like that, right? The female recruits have extensive experience of being coached on precise movements. Recruiting women focuses on skill, but recruiting for men focuses on size. I'm going to release my paper at a later date. Feel free to weigh in. I don't even know if she's actually doing a paper or she just woke up thinking I'm gonna cause anarchy today. Because I'd imagine there's a lot of views on this. I can see 271 comments on this. I think it's very interesting. I don't think she's wrong to put this out there. I think it is wild that this is where the conversation's at. And if I was in developmental, I would be you know, a little peeved. I'd be feeling a little disrespected, like as the men should really. There should be a fire that's lit underneath them, because I think this is the general consensus. But very interesting to hear why she thinks that the women are transferring better. She thinks it's because of being coached on precise movements. She thinks it's because it's focused more on skill, like gymnastics, rather than just pure size. But I mean, I think they recruit for lots of reasons. I mean, like Obafemi came in from shot put, and he's gone on to be one of the biggest stars we've got. So, you know, what transferable skills are there from shot put? I mean, size, strength, explosiveness, I suppose to a degree, athleticism. But I don't know, he's gone on to be like, you know, this big, massive star for WWE. Trick came in from football. You get a lot of people coming in from football. I think they're very transferable skills. I think there's a lot of transferable skills there. Who are we bringing in that's just size? I wonder if this is where you start getting into a Harlem Lewis or people like that. And I wonder if, like, there are people that we bring in just because they're big, you know? So I thought this was very, very interesting tweet. One of the more interesting ones that's come out of a wrestler in a while, where we're kind of really trying to dig into something. So she thinks it's because of experience being coached on precise movement. And don't forget, she's someone that's been in the system. You know, she's someone that's been around all this talent. I mean, I'm sat here trying to think of names of people that we brought in because they're big and that's it. I don't know. A lot of people that I'm thinking of have come in from the indies, or have come in from football, or have come in from some sort of athletic pursuit, like Oba doing shot put. Javon came in from the indies. Trick Williams came in from football. I don't know about someone like, obviously we know Brooks Jensen, you know, second generation. I don't know about Briggs. That's who I was thinking. Josh Briggs. I don't know what his background is, but his might be football. Interesting though. I thought that was a tweet that kind of got me thinking. KM Kick said it's a research paper. She's dealing in facts about to transition into the sport. This isn't throwing shade or sharing a casual opinion. No shame on anyone. You're looking at it wrong. I'm not looking at it wrong because I think it is debatable. She is acting like this is fact when I don't know that it is fact. It's an opinion that a lot of us might share that the women do transition better. But if this was fact, then it would have hard data. And there's no hard data there. Tell me the amount of women and the amount of men that have joined. Tell me the number that have performed better. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, there is an assumption here because you have no data. There is nothing to back up this claim. You're telling me that the women are doing better, but you're not giving me the data that says that the women are doing better. It could be true. I mean, if we went into the facts, we might see that the women are doing better, but that is not being presented in this tweet. So, and I don't know that she's done that work. I mean, she might be starting with an assumption that feels correct. She might be starting with that and then kind of building from there. Whereas, you know, if I'm in developmental, my first question is, well, is that even true? Or does it just feel that way? Because there is a lot of conversation around it. So I think it's a bit dangerous to just assume that this is correct. And I would be feeling a little bit like, not crazy about the fact I'm in developmental. I'm busting my gut. I've definitely, you know, got transferable skills because I've done this, and you know, me and my friends are being presented as being not as good as the women when, I don't know, where's that evidence? Where's that evidence? So that would be a question mark for me. That would be a big question mark for me. NXT is proof positive. We can see how the men's division has developed since everyone's left, whilst the women's division hasn't lost a step, says Robbie. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is you've just lost Javon, you've just lost Oba, you've just lost Trick, you've just lost, Ricky Saints, you've lost Ethan Page. I mean, that's a lot of people to lose from the men's division. I'm not going to make an argument that this isn't true. I'm just saying that I would be very interested in the data of it. You know, I'd be very interested if this is a paper, scientific, then obviously this has got to be backed up. So we can sit here and go, oh, just look at the show, blah, blah, blah. But actually, if you do look at the show, there's a lot of men that have just been called up. And, you know, some of those have come from next in line. Again, tell me the numbers. How many people have come in from next in line? How many people from the next in line program have made it to the main roster? How many of those are women? How many of those are men? What percent? So, you know, what's the percentage that we're dealing with? Maybe she's done that data. I think this tweet would have carried more weight if she had started it. And again, I'm not even critiquing, right? I thought it was an interesting tweet, but I think it would have carried more weight if she'd have started it by saying, you know, since Next in Line program started, 64%, 65% of the women in the program have made it to the main roster. Only 32% of the men have made it. That's obviously over a 30% difference. And, you know, I want to use this paper to explore why, right? I think it was the lack of information there, the stats that were missing. It was an assumption that, like, this must be true. Everyone's saying it, so it must be true. And it's like, I don't know. Is it? What if we did the numbers and it's like 50% men make it, 55% women, and we're spending all this time talking about 5% difference? Do you know what I mean? So, and plus also, where did the people come from? Because we're talking about how the women's division is like really strong, but a lot of those women may have come from TNA or may have come from the indies, just like Lizzie Rain has, just like Raina Volcan has, just like Blake Monroe came from AEW, just like Jordan Grace came from TNA. We're not even dealing with next in line talent when we're talking about some of these women, you know, whereas she, I think, is specifically talking next in line. She is specifically talking about athletes that have transitioned to professional wrestling. So she is specifically focused on the next in line program. She's not focused on the indie talent. She's not focused on people that have come in from TNA or AEW. So I think that it's very interesting, hence why I've brought it up. But I would like some numbers. I'd like to know from the next in line program, what's the percentage of the guys that have made it? What's the percentage of the women? What is the difference in that percentage? How much are we actually even talking about? You know, how big of a difference is it? I could believe that it's the women. We all know that there is this perception that the women are doing better than the men. As we said, even Triple H himself mentioned it. But yeah, without kind of having that data and with this belief perception being kind of expanded, amplified by this tweet, yeah, I would be a bit miffed if I was in NXT. I'd be, you know, feeling like we're meant to be in the same boat together kind of a thing, you know, rather than this kind of being, you know, amplified. Big Time said, when it comes to male wrestlers on the next in line side, like Keanu or Dion, they can pull off the simple moves. Maybe it's hard to memorize things. I don't know. Again, takes us a little further down that road, doesn't it? Maybe it takes them a little longer, you know. Perhaps it's just the process for the guys takes a little bit longer. I don't know. I mean, I think she's making some interesting points because, again, if we had that data of, you know, tell me all the guys that have come in from next in line. I mean, if she's doing this like as a proper paper, then hopefully she can get the data of every guy, every girl, what they came in from, what their background was, and obviously, you know, where they are right now, how long they've been in the system. And then you can break it down to figure out the percentage of the guys that made it, the percentage of the women that made it, what's the difference in that percentage, what's the percentage of the women that came in from an athletic background, what's the percentage of the guys that came in from an athletic background. I think that is my problem. My problem is that none of that is presented in the tweet, and instead it is just an assumption that, okay, what I'm saying here is correct. And so why is this correct? When I would be very interested in digging into that data, looking at the percentages, finding out, you know, is that true? You know, is it true that she's saying that more women come in from a background with transferable skills from the past? Like, you know, they're coming in for that could be correct, but I don't have that information. I'd really like that information, actually. Maybe that could be a really interesting thing to do. I'm sure that ChatGPT might be able to find every next in line class inductee, every wave, every person that's come through. Because, I mean, it's not that long, is it, next in line? It's not been going that long. You might be able to find every person that's come in and what they were recruited from, what it was that they were doing. So a lot of them pursue, say, basketball or football or these kinds of things. Those sports then don't work out, and so then they come over into professional wrestling. I suppose the question I've got is, who has been recruited through next in line just purely on size? Which men have been brought in just on size that were not doing football or not doing an athletic pursuit? Who's that? Who's being brought in on just size? I can't really think of names. So that would be interesting to get, like, you know, to know what the percentages of those would be. And then, you know, she says that she thinks the female recruits get trained better on, like, you know, knowing how to be coached on precise movements. I think, like, this is a hard one, isn't it, in a tweet? You've only got so many characters. I find myself having a lot of questions. Maybe the tweet and the discourse is part of the research, says Pat. Well, part of me, yeah, it's a good point, actually, because part of me did wonder if she was actually doing a paper or if she just kind of put this out there to, you know, spark a conversation. And this is part of that conversation, as she says, you know. So, I mean, it could be a social experiment. It could be to see how people react to these kinds of messages. And do you just believe what she said, you know, or do you question it, or where do you fall on that, you know? So yeah, it could be that this is part of the experiment, these kinds of chats that we're having. I stand by, it's very interesting. I find, you know, it's not often that a wrestler will tweet something and it really gets you, like, thinking. You know, normally they're just kind of, I don't know, posting a picture of them being out and about or posting a fun little moment or something. But this one really stopped me in my tracks, and I was really kind of giving this some thought. So I saw someone just mention there about 3-on-3-on-3. What was that? Daze, you mentioned 3-on-3. Hello, Matteo. You said 3-on-3-on-3 match for War Games instead of 5-on-5. Could we see Charlotte, Alexa, Tatum against Fatal Influence against Jade Cargill and the Baddies? That's a good shout. I didn't really think about extending that over to the women, but yes. I mean, if you was going to copy the women to the men, then yes, you could go that way, couldn't you? Charlotte, Alexa, Tatum, Fatal Influence, Jade and her baddies. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. The only thing I would say about that is, you know, I don't know, would you put Liv, Roxanne, Raquel in there? Because that would be a big group to not have in. Maybe you'd put them in instead of Jade and the baddies, maybe. But like even on the men's side, where's Cody? Where's Punk? On the women's side, you know, where's Liv? She would be the bigger. Where's Becky? Those kinds of big names are missing, aren't they? So that would be my only question, really, if we went down that road. You know, where's EO? You know, you're missing out on some big names. Obviously, there is the rest of the cards, but when it comes to Survivor Series, you tend to focus on just the War Games matches. So the matches that are just matches, they're obviously only going to pick up a few people. You're not going to be able to get the, you know. So does that mean you do a show without Cody, without Punk, without Seth, without Becky, without obviously Rhea probably injured, without Liv? You know, it's a considerable amount of people that you're going to be missing out on if those were the matches that you made. You know, Royce and OTM taking on Solo, LA Knight, and Jacob taking on Roman and the Usos. That's your men's match. That would be my question. I mean, storyline wise, it works. But where's Punk? Where's Cody? Where's Randy? Where's Gunther? Where's, do you know what I mean? Where's all these people? And then on the women's side, if you did that, where's Liv? Where's Io? Where's Becky? Where's all these people? Where's Bailey? Where's Lyra? Where's, I don't know, Sol Ruka? So yeah, that would be the concern, wouldn't it? But I don't know. I mean, storyline wise, it all works, doesn't it? Storyline wise, it would make sense. Perhaps you'd just have to make the undercard would just have to be flipping stacked, full of like tag matches with some of these big names in. KM Kick said she's not looking at made it. It's the transition into developmental. She's looking at athletes coming from transferable sports. No, but she's talking about why they outperform. So the question is, let me show you. Why do female athletes that transition to professional wrestling outperform their male counterparts? So again, if I'm in developmental and I'm being told I'm being outperformed, or the women are outperforming the men and I'm part of the men, you could understand me being a bit like slighted, a bit like, hang on, what do you mean? I don't know that that's true. I mean, it's one thing for a Triple H to say, it's another thing for Jordan Grace to say it online. On a tweet. So, you know, I'd have a question mark around it. I don't think that's unfair. She is saying outperform. Now, outperform might not mean make it to the main roster. It might just mean that they're performing better. But again, where's that measured? How do we know that that is true? And what data have you got to back that up? So, you know, making it to the main roster could be one thing. Maybe cage match scores could be another thing. You know, maybe you could look at every next in line match, or match that features a next in line talent, and then have a look at the match quality on cage match. That's kind of something I would do. If I was trying to get some data on this, I would have a look at what percentage made it to the main roster, because that's a sign of outperforming. You got called up. Your match quality would be another sign about performing. So, you know, probably the best we've got is cage match. There's not really another system, is there? So you'd have to have a look at that. So, yeah, she is talking about athletes that have come in and have moved over, but she's only talking about that for the women, isn't she? Because she says most women are coming from sports with high transferability, right? She's saying that the women get brought in on skill, but the men get brought in on size. Or she thinks the reason, right? So she's asking, why do you think this is happening? Why do you think this is happening? Why do you think the women are outperforming the men? Right? And so she's claiming or saying she thinks the biggest reasons are this here. That's what she thinks. So she thinks that the women are being brought in on skill, the men are being brought in on size. My question would be, who are the men that are coming in from next in line that are just being brought in on size? I mean, they could exist, but who are they? I don't know. I can't think of any names of people that, you know, like suppose in a way it'd be like the diva search. You know, those women that got brought in for their looks and they didn't have any wrestling background or any athletic backgrounds. They just got brought in because they were pretty. I suppose in a way we're sort of saying that's what's happening here. The men are being brought in with no athletic background, no transferable skills. They're just being brought in because they're big. And I'm not sure that I can really think of names for that. So I don't know that that's true. I don't know that I agree with her on that. Again, without the data, you know, it's hard to say. So let me just read what you said. She's not looking at made it or not. She is. She's talking about outperforming. So she is looking at performance. It's the transition into developmental. She's looking at athletes coming in from transferable sports. She's looking at that on both sides, but she is claiming that more women come in that have transferable skills rather than the men. And I'm questioning that because I'm saying I don't know that that's true. She's saying they are recruiting more women that focus on skill and they are recruiting men that focus on size. I don't know that that's true. Debate. Right, there was a super chat as well that I need to get to. Couple, actually. Jared, shout out to you, but said it's my favourite time of the week being in your company. Can we talk Raw? Talk whatever you want. We've been talking about this interesting Jordan Grace tweet. We've been talking about recent NXT call-ups. We've been talking about... We did touch on Raw. So we can talk Raw. Jared said, Braun saying to Ober that we used to chant his name. What day was that? I think losing helps Braun. So he can look at himself getting out of the vision and reset and then properly kickstart his career. Yeah, I think what he was trying to do was, I think it's true. I don't know about chanting his name, but people were barking, right? I think they still bark, to be honest with you. I think that the picture he was trying to paint is maybe not one that was totally accurate. The picture he was trying to paint was that back before Ober arrived in like January last year, Vision, all that, he was the future. People were barking. Maybe they weren't chanting Braun's name, although I'm sure you'd be able to find a show where they did. But, you know, he was the excitement was around Braun Breaker, right? And then he gets injured. Ober comes in. Ober steals the spotlight. So he's just trying to add a bit more fuel, isn't he, to the fire, that this is future versus future. This is prospect versus prospect. This is, you know, I was going to be the face until I got injured, and you are, you know, everyone thinks you're the face now. Bang, collide. So maybe a little bit of artistic license in there, but you can understand what he's aiming for. You can understand the picture he's trying to paint, right? In regards to his him losing, I think it's difficult to say that a loss helps him more, because obviously a win would be huge for him. Getting a win over Ober would be massive. I think leaving the Vision is, I'm going to be controversial, not important. The reason why I say that is because he's in the Vision right now, and I'm really excited for this match. So him being in the Vision right now is not hurting him for me. He is the cool, credible element of the Vision. He is the one person you look at right now as being, having the forward momentum, doing, it's kind of cool actually, seeing him with a couple of goofs, right? And he doesn't, I'm really pleased he doesn't engage in it. I think I would feel different if he engaged in it, but he isn't engaged in it. He doesn't, like, you know, get into goofy, you know, conversations with Logan and with Theory. If anything, he stands there just staring in the distance. He's not engaged with them because he's not interested in their tomfoolery. He's not interested in their nonsense. He's got a bigger thing that he's focused on. And I actually think this has been probably the most interested I've been in Bron Breakker. Him being so focused with Ober. I think there's a realization, isn't there? I think there's a realization that his career is slowly starting to not peter out, but go down a path he doesn't want it to go down. I think he can sort of look around at like Logan, Theory, and Maxine, no Heyman around anymore, and sort of think to himself, this isn't where I should be, you know? And actually, he's looking at the guy everyone's banging on about, thinking, that's the person I gotta need. That's the guy I gotta mark. That's the guy I gotta take down. That's the person everyone says is the future, when they used to say it was me. And so I don't think the vision is really holding him back. I don't feel like the vision is an anchor on him. I don't feel like the vision is ruining him or anything, because he's not letting them ruin him. I would feel very different if he was laughing and joking with them, and if he was bantering with them, and if he was kind of engaged in nonsense. And it'd be like, man, why can't we just get him out of that group and he could be a badass, you know? Why can't he act more serious? But the thing is, right now he is acting serious. He is acting very focused. He is acting very sort of aware of what is happening. So I think like he could mark Logan and he could mark Theory and he could go off on his own. But I don't know. I think there is actually a little bit of value, and this is a hot take, a little bit of value in him standing backstage, being so focused, and not having to carry the weight of the segment. You know, we can have Kathy Kelly talking to Maxine, talking to Theory, talking to Logan. That's the backstage segment. They're, you know, goofing around, whatever. And then to the side, you've got Bron Breakker just staring into the distance. Bron Breakker is just standing there, just sort of looking off, thinking about Oba, and that's his backstage segment. If he was on his own, he wouldn't really be able to do that, because he'd have to answer the questions. And if he started talking more and answering the questions more, would that result in a more interesting segment? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe part of the success is the fact that there is a really nice contrast. There is a really nice contrast to the fact that he's standing and staring off in the distance whilst these goofs are goofing around. There's a lovely contrast there where you can see the path that they're on, and it's not a good one. And you can see the path that he's on, and it's a different one, and it's a more focused one. And I think that contrast is working for him. So I'm not actually desperate for him to get out of the vision, because I don't know what the upside is. I don't know what the benefit is. What can we do with him out of the vision that will be any better than what we're doing with him right now? Because I think what we're doing with him right now is brilliant. Him being in that group is not stopping him being who he is right now. So I don't know. I don't know about him coming out of the vision. I don't know where the upside is. I don't know where the benefit is. I suppose the one thing you could say is that, well, you know, recently he's been faffing around with Alpha Academy, and he wouldn't have to do that. And I would say I agree with that. But I would also say, well, he's in the vision right now, and it's not stopped him going after Oba. So if he did get a win after Oba, what would stop him going after a world title? He could still do that whilst being in the vision, and he's got a couple of guys that can always be backup if needed, you know? If he picks a fight with someone and they've got a bit of backup, like, say, Roman, you might need someone to deal with the Usos. You've actually got Logan and you've got Theory that can sort of be that backup. So, you know, if anything, they can just become his lackeys. They can become his J&J security, you know? So I don't know. I'm not desperate for him to move away from the vision. I'm not too sure on the upside. There's maybe a conversation to be had there. If he does lose, then yes, I agree with you. He can always go, do you know what? I'm done with the vision. This group's done nothing for me. Drop them, you know, and kind of off we go, right? And he can use that as the reason for his loss. That he's not been fully focused on, you know, he's wasted too much time. He shouldn't be faffing around in the tag division. He shouldn't be messing around with Logan and Austin Theory and Maxine. And I agree with you. I think that he can definitely use that as a way of breaking away and coming out of, moving forwards. A loss does not hurt him. I agree. Doesn't hurt. Does it stop him being a WrestleMania main eventer in the future? No. Does it stop him being a world champion in the future? No. It just means that Ober's that step ahead right now, which I think Ober is. I think if you was to ask right now who's going to main event night 2 of WrestleMania next year, is it Ober or is it Brom? We're sat here before the match has even happened, and I think we would all say Ober. I think we would all say Ober. Ober Roman feels more likely than Roman Braun. Or, Braun versus CM Punk, right? Or something like that. It feels more likely that we're going to be doing Ober. I think Ober is that step ahead right now. So if that's true, and we are building to Ober Roman, then to me it's just logical you have Ober win. It doesn't hurt Braun. It just means he is that step behind. And it just means that his job is to close that gap. That's what Braun's focus is in 2027. Close the gap. It's not a big gap. It's just a step. But you've got to, you have fallen a step behind and you've got to close that gap in 2027. I actually think it's a great story. There's a real purpose to his character. There's something for him to really focus on next year. And that is to close that gap. Secondly, is Keys a heel, said Jared? Because he did say yesterday that Solo, where were you? Referring to when Jacob took him out. For me, it's more like everyone's going to pay. Well, I think he is a heel, to be honest, because he did take out LA Knight and he did take out Solo. There wasn't a conversation. It's a little bit like, for me, Sammy turning on Kevin is the moment that he really went heel. You can make an argument that Sammy has done some stuff that's, not been ideal and has presented him as a heel before, and he's been getting booed by the crowd and everything. But I think, as a Sammy fan, I could actually explain a lot. But I think him finally getting frustrated at Kevin and, he tried to help Kevin win the match. Kevin said, I don't want to win that way. Sammy should have just walked, okay, fine. You don't want my help, fine. Should have walked away. I can't really justify him lashing out at Kevin. Can't really justify doing that. He'll justify it by saying, you took that spot from me. I was going to win that match at SummerSlam. Then I come down to help you and you throw it back in my face. But I mean, the truth is, this was a match that didn't involve Sammy. He didn't need to be involved in this at all. Didn't need to come down at all. Didn't need to offer his help at all. And if Kevin chose to not accept that help, you certainly then don't have the right to hit him with the belt. For me, that's the moment where I can't really justify Sammy's actions. And I think Sammy now is like full-blown heel. And I think with Royce, I feel a bit similar in the sense of, he could have had a word, couldn't he, with Solo? Said it that he was disappointed. Could have had a word with him backstage. Could have had a word with LA Knight backstage. Both of them are getting really great reactions. Royce Keys knows that if he takes out Solo, takes out LA Knight, it ain't going to play well to the fans. I mean, the fans love Solo right now. Fans, obviously, still invested in LA Knight. So there is a bit of a, I don't give a damn what the fans think attitude here. You should have been there for me. I don't even know if he knows why they weren't. I mean, what if it turns out they couldn't because, reasons? But instead of having that conversation like you would imagine a friend would have, he's just gone out there and just murked them. He's just murked everyone. I mean, it is literally him against the world. So I think it's interesting because I don't know that it makes him a heel. But I think it definitely makes him a tweener. I think that they're probably going to look to make him a heel because I think there is, as you've said, the ability to look at it and go, well, he was frustrated. He felt abandoned. He thought they were all in it together. He felt let down. He's got it out of his system now, blah, 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 whatever it might be, right? So, you might be able to try and make a bit of an excuse, a bit of a reason. I suppose we are really just in the same boat as Roman, aren't we? Roman will do whatever Roman wants to do. The only difference is Roman's one of the biggest stars ever. He's got crazy fan support. Roman can come out and people are throwing up the wands, right? He ain't coming out and getting booed out the building because he's built up that respect and he's got that relationship with the audience. Royce Keys does not. Royce Keys does not have that relationship. He has not built up that level of respect. You know, he is not going to be acknowledged as he comes down to the ring. So I think that makes his relationship with the audience a bit sourer. You know, there's a lot of goodwill towards Roman, and there's a lot of understanding of why Roman's doing what he's doing. You know, he's doing it for the family, it murking everyone, heel face, you can all have it, right? So Roman, I could argue, is a bit more of a tweener. Royce Keys is doing a lot of similar stuff, but I think because he hasn't built up that goodwill, the crowd reaction is going to be a lot more negative to him. And I think that, you know, that probably pushes him more into that heel category. But it's a very interesting observation, because it is true. He's probably only doing what Roman's doing. He's probably only in that kind of neighborhood, isn't he? Of being a bit of a tweener, just murking everyone, which is the Roman approach. But I think there probably is a slight difference there between them. So, Jared, appreciate it, my friend. Some interesting thoughts. Good to kind of get teeth into some of that. And appreciate the support as well. Okay, we've got 1 minute to go, and then we're underway with this week's NXT. Let's turn that on. OTM. They made an impression, didn't they, on Raw? Let's open this up. There we go. Nice. A lot of wrestlers need to talk it out more. Use your words and not your fists, says Rob. Yeah, very true. We do need a lot more understanding in the wrestling world. I think a lot of problems could be sorted out that way. Okay, where's NXT? Now, NXT was a flipping nightmare for me last week. Absolute nightmare. I want to do a speed test before I actually start, because I want to see what it looks like. Should be starting very soon. There we go. Let's just run a quick speed test. Okay, numbers are good. That's more than enough to run Netflix. So there should be no reason as to why this is going to be problematic. Let's go Netflix. Let's go NXT. And let's go over to the show. The Vision has got tag titles, and they're not defending them. The titles need to go to another team, said Ellen. I don't disagree with that. Even if you do make Roman an exception, how many times has it worked where WWE tell you that this guy is the future? Yeah, I mean, they do that a lot. And I do look at Ober, and I do look at Braun, and I do feel, certainly right now with what they're doing, that there's some truth to the fact that they're the future. I did enjoy Ober's kind of promo when he was sat there saying, you know, if he was around when John was around, yeah, you'd have been the face. I didn't agree with him, but I got what he was saying. He was trying to actually build Braun up. He was kind of saying to him, like, you are special. Any other era, you would be the face of this place. It's just such a shame that this is my era. I thought it was a really good promo. That's the good thing about Ober, is he can talk. He can really talk. Okay, there's Kendall and Ren arriving. There's Tony arriving. Oh, we're going to start with the weaponized cage. Oh, damn. Wow. Wow, I was not expecting this. We're going straight in. That's a great way to start this show, you know. That is a great way to start this show. Okay, weaponized cage is going to open up the show. It's already down. That's a great way to start this show. Dun 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 dum ba dum bum bum bum. Okay, Dion Lennox in the ring. Jared said, Roman reminds me of Austin when he was in the Alliance, says Jared. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Robbie said, what do we think about the rumours that Julia and Jordan are being moved to Raw soon as part of a roster rebalance? Oh, well, I've not heard those rumours, but if ever you get moved, I would think that's a positive. Because that would say to me that they feel there's a gap and they feel that there's a better opportunity. So, I mean, that to me would be just a big positive. So, yeah. I haven't seen these rumours. I can believe them. We do move people around. So, yeah. Good. The only problem is it looks like Lola's coming in, doesn't it? So, I mean, you've already got EO, and you've already got Lyra, and you've already got Soul, and you've already got Becky, and you've already got Judgment Day with Roxanne and Liv and Stephanie, and it's pretty... It feels to me like it's pretty stacked if you're then going to bring Julia and everyone over, but you can make the exact same argument on SmackDown, can't you? That's stacked as well. But if they're thinking of moving them, that would say to me that there's some thought there, and hopefully some creative. Okay, kick coming in there by Dion. Kicking away there at Saquon. Saquon goes up, lands on his feet. Chop coming in. Down goes Dion. Saquon is by the ropes. He's coming over. Shot coming back there by Saquon as Dion goes down. Shots coming in there by Dion. Firing shots at the legs. Jab coming into the midsection. We've got chair, table, trash cans. We've got loads of stuff in the ring here. So it is a cage for those that aren't watching. It is a normal cage, but weapons absolutely everywhere. Right now, we've got Dion is ripping at the shirt of Saquon. It's a great hot start. Brilliant way, no promo or anything, just straight into a match. Over the other sides. Saquon going into the side of the cage. And again, getting hurled into the side of the cage. Saquon goes down. My picture quality is a lot better tonight, you know. I'm very grateful for that. Right now, we got Saquon down. This has been, honestly, I've changed a load of settings. I've messed around with my antenna and everything. I've tweaked a few bits and bobs to try and get this looking better. I think we've found some success. Another shot to the midsection there by Dion. Bang! Big right hands. Down goes Saquon. 1, 2... Kick out, shoulder up. Right now we got Dion on his feet, going over, grabbing a chair. Right now we got the chair over in the cage. Boot coming in there by Saquon. Ah, that chair just fell down. It was kind of propped. It was balancing on the top rope, but it didn't have much kind of room to balance. Those ropes are quite close to the cage. And so the weight of the chair just meant it fell down. Dion is in control right now. In control. I'm surprised they've started with this. It's a good choice, said Nathan. Going for a cover. 1, 2... Kick out by Saquon. No sign at the moment of the rest of Dark State, but of course, none of us are going to be surprised if they do make their presence felt. Trash can there is being grabbed by Dion. Okay, trash can on the top of Dion and the trash can lid being used by Saquon. Right now, we got Saquon on the... Whoa, coming off the top. We got a big drop kick there. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. So Saquon coming off the top with a missile drop kicking Dion, who had a trash can on his head. We haven't used the table yet. We have been using trash cans. We've got a chair that's being set up. I'm surprised, actually, that this didn't make it onto the Heatwave card, but I suppose this is one of those matches where it could have, but you want to make sure you're saving some stuff for your weekly show. That vicious chair shot. I mean, I'm loving the sell there by Dion. Couple of chairs set up, looking for a suplex. No joy. Oh. Big boots. Oh, misses with the kick. Dion has got Saquon. No joy. Lands back down on his feet. Big right hand there by Dion. Another chair is being put on top of the other chair. Saquon. Oh my God! He just slammed him on the chair legs. Ooh, mate. Mate, I feel like commentary could sell that better than they're selling it right now, because that... Oh, mate, that was moody. That was seriously moody. Oh, my God. I was watching it and I was like, man, he's going to do really well to slam him in between those chair legs, and he just didn't bother. He just slammed him on them. Oh my God. Anyone else feel that? Anyone else feeling it right now? Corey said, guess what? That would be called sweet chair music. Oof. I'm not sure the sweet would be in there. I don't think there's anything too sweet about it. It might have been sweet for Dion. But, wow. That's quite the commercial break spot, isn't it? And commercial break is what we've gone to there. Oof. Picture in picture. Oh, I haven't got picture in picture. I'm not picturing. That was crazy, mate. That was crazy. Hell of a spot. That shiz is gnarly, says Nafa. Andres said Julia Jordan moving is balancing the babyface side. They've got 4 on TV right now. Robbie said, I remember back when Dion's gimmick was a nerdy ladies man. Saquon with a kendo stick, says Video Watcher. Daze, what is why the PH way of presenting weapons? Because they could be imaginative, but they stick with same kendos, chairs, tables, trash cans. Don't know what you mean. What is why the PH way? I don't know what you mean. That was sick though. I mean, I wouldn't be complaining about the weapons or the way they're being used after that spot we just saw. That was fantastic. Can't wait to get that. I don't have visibility on what's happening though right now, so I can't tell you what's happening because I've just got literally Becky Lynch doing that. That's it. Right now I've got Seth doing a Falcon Arrow. There's Charlotte. I'm annoyed that the UK have started getting ads now during matches, says Jared's. Well, I'm annoyed we're getting them during this match. I mean, a normal match tends to die. And, you know, kind of they go to rest holds. This is a match in a cage with weapons. You know, of all the matches to go to commercial break during, you've chose this one. Okay, we are back now. We are back. Shot coming in there by Saquon. Okay. I mean, they've got me. They've absolutely got me with this thing so far. Over in the corner goes Dion. And again over the other sides. He's getting chucked into every side at the moment. Dion goes down. What are they going to do that's going to be more impressive than that chair spot? I don't know that there's anything they can do. Goes into the... Oh, he grabs onto the corner. He's climbing up. Jumps off there. That was good. That crossbody was good. Lovely crossbody there by Saquon. The Sugar Man has got a big opportunity here, says Booker. Kendo stick right to the midsection. I mean, honestly, this thing could be the thumbnail, couldn't it? Whoever wins this. Quite comfortably. How is this not the main event? Dion goes into that kendo stick that was wedged in the corner, and that looked brutal as well. We got another chair spot. All right. Bah! Mate, this is so good. This is so good. 1, 2, shoulder up. Do you know what? Saquon, Dion in a normal match, it's all right. Put them inside a steel cage with weapons, they just go crazy. This is a lot of fun, man. This is honestly on track to be one of the best NXT TV matches of the year. They're not just in there, like, you know, going up against each other. There's some really good usage of the chairs and the weapons. Lovely crossbody by Saquon. Right now, spinebuster onto a trash can. Going for a cover. Dion. Can't quite get it. Can't quite get it. There is some fight tonight. Vic Joseph said we've got some fights tonight. Right now we got kendo sticks. They're being wedged into the side of the cage. Chair is being... That's very... What is he doing? We got 3 kendo sticks put in, and then we've got a chair hanging off them. Saquon's got his baseball bat. Baseball bat versus chair. Baseball bat wins. Baseball bat to the midsection across the back. Bang! That's a great use of the baseball bat. Right in the throat. Smashes him down. He's over by that chair. He's grabbed the chair. That's a shame, because I wanted to know what he was setting up there. And we're not going to find out. But he's probably just going to chuck him into it. But right now we got Saquon is upside down in the corner. We got Dion with a chair. Bang! Right into the knee. And he's had issues, hasn't he, with his knees, Saquon. So he's actually just hung him up on the ropes there in the corner. Smacked him with that chair. Right now, Saquon down. Dion has got this baseball bat. Oh, look at that. That's like a sharpshooter, but by using a baseball bat. Literally, that's a sharpshooter. Right now, he breaks out of it, Saquon. He's getting back up to his feet. You can see that the knees are not in the best of health. Big kick there by Dion. Saquon goes full 360. Table is being grabbed right now. This table is being set up. Big cheer by the fans there. Right now we got Saquon down. Table being set up. Dion coming over, grabbing the leg of Saquon. Saquon going under the table, trying to get away. Going over to the corner. We're definitely setting up a big spot here as Saquon goes onto that top turnbuckle. Summit Big's coming. Summit Big is coming. Going to go for a powerbomb, I think. It looks like he's going to go over into the powerbomb. He does. No, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. He slipped. He didn't get it. I like that from Booker. Booker's... no, the leg buckled. I think that spot got botched. And then I think the table collapsed because it wasn't set up correctly when Dion ended up going onto it. So I think we just had a couple of botches in a row there. But quite nicely saved by commentary. I like... and the table breaks. I don't even know why that table broke so easily, but it did. Little messy maybe at the end here. But Saquon going up. The story is that Dion's down. He's got a trash can on his head. Saquon's gone to the top. He's going all the way to the top. Saquon on the very top, looking for a crossbody maybe. Dion on his feet. Big crossbody, huge. Huge from Saquon. Goes for the cover. 2. Gets it. Gets it. Wow. I tell you, it's a hell of a match. There's some really great moments in there. Got a little messy towards the end maybe, but that finish. Oh, mate, that finish. That crossbody by Saquon picks up the victory. Look at that. I tell you, he gets good height as well. That's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, I think it's good. It's definitely got its moments at the end where, if you want to be nitpicky, you can be like, oh, that didn't go to plan. That didn't look quite right. But there was some really good stuff in there as well. Let's get a score, shall we? Drizzle Dog said that match was awesome. Okay, we're backstage. There's Natty. All right, Natty is coming out to confront Jada Parker. Miss Parker. Miss Parker. Okay, Natty and Jada is coming up next. Or a confrontation is coming up. I wanted the match to be longer. It just felt a bit short for me, said Opala. Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. It took 20 minutes up. As soon as we started the show, we didn't have any promos. We went straight into it. It's probably going to clock in at about 13, 14. So, yeah, don't forget it's TV. We do have to get a lot of other things done. If you wanted longer, maybe it should have been on a PLE. But I think for a TV match, I think they've done well. I can understand, though, because, yeah, they did so well with, like, using the chairs... And the baseball bat was done well. The crossbody off the top. There was trash cans were used well. We never quite got a satisfying table moment. I think there was probably more that we could do in there, but probably best to get out, leaving people wanting more rather than sort of outstay the welcome. Some people might say they already outstayed the welcome, but I thought it was really good. That moment with the chairs really grabbed me when he slammed him on the kind of the chair bit, the legs. I was in. They had me. So, I was in. I was watching the rest of it unfold. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought Jade was moved, said Mr. No. Daze, how you doing? That first match was fantastic, says Carl. I'm good. Hope you well. Jim said, that match was about as fun as playing hide and seek in a big empty room, says Jim. Jim, not a fan. If there was not a botch, it could have been all time, said Andrew. Coco Boo said, everything looked really painful. Street Fighter Ingrid said, I love to see Julia and Io as a tag team. Joseph said, I rated that match great, probably for the fact that it was just them and not the rest of Dark State. That's a really good point. We did not see the rest of Dark State getting involved. It's a good point. We definitely could have, and actually I would have expected to have seen those getting involved. I enjoyed it more than I expected, said Alex. Word Live said, what do we think will be better, Lash or Jade? I submitted my answer to WrestleView questions. Thank you. Who do I think will be better in the long run? I mean, I think Jade's got the better look. I suppose the concern is that she has been on the main roster a while now. She was in AEW. She was used on a regular basis. And this is where we are with her. So I don't know about the growth that's there. Has she reached a ceiling? Are we going to get a little bit of improvement, but maybe not much over the next few years? Is the ceiling higher for Lash Legend, who's, you know, not long been on the main roster and hasn't even explored, like, you know, solo work and stuff like that yet? Yeah, I think that's hard to answer. I think the presentation, the look is Jade's. I think the in-ring work is probably quite close right now. Probably quite close. I mean, I don't think Lash is that great in ring. She's fine. I think Jade has had some decent matches. She had, you know, a match with Tiffany last year that received some praise. I think she had a match with Naomi as well that received some praise. So, I mean, it's not like she just goes out there and she's awful every single time. That would not be fair or true. It really depends who she's working with. So, I suppose the concern with the in-ring, as I said, is that Jade has already been around a long time and is here, whereas Lash has only just started and she's probably here as well. So, in-ring, I'd say it's very similar, but I think Lash has got maybe more room to grow in, you know, the next few years. Promo-wise, how would you split Jade and Lash promo-wise? I don't think either are sparkle on the microphone. I would say Jade has got the edge right now because of experience and presentation. But Lash has got maybe a higher ceiling over the next couple of years. Okay, here's Tony. I put the ruler down. Mm-hmm. Sunday, they've got their reasons and I've got mine. Okay, so we've got a summit tonight. It's time for Tony D to step up. Okay, what's this? We're going to one of Vanity Project's favourite spots. Okay, we're at some sort of bowling place. There's going to be a lot of this, isn't there, as we kind of work our way towards Heatwave. Right now, we got Vanity Project talking about Miles and Tavian. I mean, that wasn't very good. I thought he was going to get a strike. He just bowled the ball. He knocked a couple of pins down. He went, we're locked in. Yeah, we're so locked in. Look at us. We're locked in. We're killing it. Is she gonna murk the rest of the pins now? Okay, she should have got a strike. Come on. You could have edited it so that Micah got a strike. Micah's a brother. There's a master. He's chatting up the receptionist. Is Brad going to get a strike? Someone's got to get a goddamn strike. No. Although he's pleased with it. Nice. Nice. Rick is using the kids ramp. That's nice. I mean, he's done well there. Your little things are really small, aren't they? The ones we've got in the... I'm sure you've got bigger ones as well, but we've got like these big sort of like metal ones that you put the ball down. Those are like little kid things, like little red, small. V's up. Don't be rude, chat. Oh, look at that. That's bad. That's bad journalism, that is. That's bad journalism, showing favoritism right there. Okay, Natty is in the ring. Let's see what Natty's got to say. She's in the ring on her own. Smile on her face. I came to NXT because I wanted to fight Jada. Okay. I saw wasted potential. Oh, that's a good line. I gave you the most valuable asset in all of women's wrestling, and that was my attention. Okay, is that going to bring her out, is it? Here's Miss Parker. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, your microphone's fine. Since you've been here, I've been trying to prove to you and everyone that I am who you say I am. You're not special. Ooh. I see you. I see straight through you. You saw a woman on the come up and you tried to break me? You've reminded me who the hell Jada Parker is. She's good on the mic. She talks very effortlessly, doesn't she? Oh, Heatwave. Submission match. Heatwave. Okay. You might be a low-key legend, but I'm going to high-key wax that ass. Is that how she's going to make her submit? Okay, well, there we go. We have added another match. I must admit, I wasn't expecting this one, but... Carver, Hendricks, coming up next. Right. Trini, shout out to you. Video Watcher says, I wish Jada would just tone down some of the hood girl yelling right now. She is chill. Is it me or does Natty sound different in her voice, said Opala? Can't say I heard anything particularly different. But to be honest, we don't really get to hear Natty too often. Weird that she was in there without Carmen and Nikita. Andy, hello. Daze, I think they call that a Brazilian or something. Okay. That's a Brazilian, is it? Is that so she's going to give her a Brazilian at Heatwave and that's how she's hoping she's going to make her submit? I mean, to be honest, I've heard they hurt. I've heard they do sting, so it could do it, to be honest. It could be very innovative. We're always looking for innovation in wrestling, so watching a woman give another woman a Brazilian and hoping that's how she's going to submit. Well, listen, I'm tuning in. I'll be tuning in. Why not? Don't be disappointed, though, Andy, if it's not quite what you think it is. Yeah? I don't want you getting disappointed. I want to see no tears in the chat. Because you was hoping to see a Brazilian and you didn't get it. Well, not that you wanted it, but, you know, you wanted to maybe see it. I don't know what you wanted. We'll find out. We'll find out what they'll do on this weekend. Okay. Does everyone from Florida talk like this? Said Alex. Well, I don't know. Is she from Florida, Jay? I don't know where she's from. Street Fighter Ingrid said, I'd love to see Julia in Money in the Bank. She could be. She could be in it. How is NXT, said David. Good. I would say the Weaponized steel cage match was really enjoyable. Few mixed reactions to it, but the overall score was great, 83, which is obviously very strong. Then we followed it up with a pretty short little back and forth between Jada and Natty. I kind of enjoyed going to the bowling place, even though I thought they maybe could have done a bit more there. I sort of enjoyed that. I do like those kind of off-location shoots. I like that. I think that was good. And as we said, you know, we just had that little back and forth between Natty and Jada. I don't think there was too much to that. It just got us to the match, didn't it? So, yeah. Really good opening match, and then 10 minutes of some bits, and on we go. We're just at commercial break. We should be coming back from this very, very soon. I did like that line. You might be a low-key legend, but at Heatwave, I'm going to high-key wax that ass. Imagine if you was in a fight, like a war of words with someone, and someone said that to you. You would be concerned. I would be concerned. If someone said to me they were going to wax my ass. Okay, here's Cam Hendricks. I believe he's going to be in action against Keanu Carver, which, you know, again, a battle of two rising prospects. This is the... Isn't that Cam's music? I just missed that, but they just announced him. I don't know if they just pressed the wrong music for a second there. Here's Keanu Carver. I kind of like Keanu Carver's music. I like both of these guys' music, actually. If both of these are Def Rebel, I think this is amongst Def Rebel's best recent work. Lots of Ks, isn't there? We were talking about this last week. Kalani, Carmen, Kendall, Cam, Keanu. Okay, we're just seeing how we got to this match. Let's do it tonight. Is that Mason watching on in the background? Okay, Keanu getting a quick roll up. Locking up with Cam. We're locked in for this because both of these are, as we said, two very interesting prospects that are coming through. Side headlock. Cam Hendricks against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Hendricks stumbles back a little bit. Oh, Northern Lights. Going for a crossbody. Down goes Cam. Carver has got Cam against the ropes. Big forearm. We'll probably do Holyfield against Keanu Carver at some point, and that's going to be sick. Against the ropes. Cam Hendricks with Carver again, chucks him into the ropes. Hendricks collides over, collides into Carver. Bang! Another heavy collision again over the other side. Hendricks, roll. Oh, big clothesline. Goes for the cover. No joy. Right now we've got Hendricks, got knee right in the back of Carver's head there. Hendricks is in control. Kicking at the rope, that was good. Carver was right up against the ropes. Cam Hendricks just kicking out at the ropes. Headlock is in at the moment. Shot coming in. Looking for a suplex, maybe. No. Hendricks goes back. Duck underneath, over the other side. Oh, big boot. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. Obviously, we needed a little bit of time there to get the cage down, so that's why we went to the pre-record thing. Come back, did the in-ring promo. Underway with match number 2, and lovely right hands. Scoops him up, lands on his feet. Goes for a shot. Chop coming into the back of the heads. Okay, I think all Cam Hendricks has done is upset Keanu Carver, who picks up Hendricks. Wow! Picked him up, grabbed him, bang, straight into a German. Look at the strength. He is just chucking him round, and Cam Hendricks is bigger than Carver. Big collision. Mate, he just went flying. Dudes, what the flip? He has just absolutely gone up a gear or two. Oh, I think a little poke of the eye. Mason on the outside. Mason throwing Hendricks in. Fisherman. 1, 2, 3. Carver gets it. I really like how, they were wrestling just sort of normal. And it was fine, but man, when he woke up and started chucking him around and ragdolling him, that looks sick. That looks sick. Let's get a match score. Mason hit him so hard his shoe came off, said Alex. I mean, I like that match because it was short and impressive towards the end. The bulk of it was just, yeah, it's fine. But I mean, man, it got really good at the end. Okay, we're just hearing from Kalani. I've been the standout since I put pen to paper. So we're just hearing from Kalani right now. So Kalani just bigging herself up, as she should. She's got an opportunity this weekend. When your name is Kalani Jordan, you don't need years to become a star. Okay, Callie Armstrong against Zaria. That match coming up next. Live next. Okay, commercial break again. Daze, have we heard anything on the Cena tournament? No, it's meant to be going down later this year. So the expectation is December. I think that's always been the expectation, that it'll be probably that Saturday night's main event show in December. Laney, don't miss, said Doug Dilly. Okay, get your thoughts in for that last match. What did you think about that last match? Cam Hendricks getting chucked around. We are at commercial break right now. 2 matches in. Little bit of a promo, as we said there, little vignette by Kalani. Zilla Fatu's Umaga tattoo. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Zilla, have we, tonight? We've got a big summit coming up later in this show, so I would imagine that we are going to be getting plenty of Zilla, plenty of... I mean, I hope that segment gets time. If Kendall does lose, will she go the main roster, said Edwards. I don't think they need her. I mean, I don't think it's really about if they're ready or not. I think, honestly, we're at the point where we're so just saturated with talent on the main roster. I mean, we just can't even get everyone on that we've got. I mean, it's hard to make an argument, isn't it, that we should move up someone else who then likely is going to struggle for TV time as well. I mean, if you're going up, you want there to be creative for you. You want there to be plans for you. I honestly have no idea that that's going to be the case. If like, you know, Kalani was to go up, so she might be better just staying in NXT, getting regular TV time, trying to get that NXT championship, maybe going up next year. I enjoyed Oba and Bron's contract segment on Raw, but Bron Breakker is terrible at promos, says Christopher. Okay. I bet there is no ego in Kalani's family because she's got all of it, says Jim. Can't wait for Zaria and Kelly Armstrong, said Coco Boo. Street Fighter Ingrid said, I wonder if a new men's tag team will be on NXT since OTM have gone to Raw. Well, I'm sure there will be new teams that come in. The only thing is that, you know, the tag division doesn't get much love, does it? So I don't know how urgent they're going to feel like they need to get a new tag team in to replace OTM because we've still got plenty of teams. Still plenty of teams around if we were going to do something with the tag division, but it's definitely freed up a gap, hasn't it? So, but you might not see that gap get filled for a little bit. Certainly on this show, we're going to be very locked into what we're doing at Heatwave. We are at commercial break. We'll be coming back from commercial break very soon. Just got a little thing up saying we'll be right back. Daze, isn't SmackDown moving to 3 hours in the winter? In January. That would give women TV time. Yeah, but not till January. So you got to get through September, October, November, December. You still got 4 months till we get to January. And even then, to be honest, we've got a roster that's probably more than comfortable with doing 3 hours without more additions. The story's going around that could be something to do with Cutler James as a singles. He's been doing single stuff in Evolve. He's been doing singles things over in Evolve, so maybe they are going to look at him as a single star. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Have I missed anything? Said Jennifer. Yeah, I thought the first match was really good. You missed the cage match. It's good. It's worth watching. Okay, Cam. Here's Zilla, or a video of Zilla. I've gone from being the #1 free agent to the #1 contender. My last name is a blessing and a burden. Kind of like how he said, yeah, I get excited when I talk. Because he does get excited when he talks. Okay. Well, it's big weekend. I don't expect him to win. But he could have a really good showing, couldn't he? And he does get excited when he talks. He is very animated when he talks. That's not really a bad thing. I suppose it's just like, if some people have got like an idea of what they want him to be and he doesn't quite fit that, I could understand some people being like, oh man, why is he being like that? I want him to be like a badass. Instead, he's all like really excited, but it's like, well, let Zilla be who Zilla's going to be. That is Zilla. If that is, he's excited, he's enthusiastic. I mean, it actually translates really well. It translates quite well. I mean, you want your superstars to be big and loud and boisterous and full of energy and personality, and he is bringing that. Whether it's fitting the mold that some people want it to go into, don't know, debatable. But I'm interested here. He's definitely got some really, really good ingredients, hasn't he, that he's bringing? Okay, Zaria coming up. let's have a look and see how this match goes. We're changing this over. Zaria versus Callie. Okay. Let's move this over here. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I've got OCD about making it central. Okay. Right, Zaria and Callie face to face right now, and headlock in by Callie. Elbow coming in on Zaria. Headlock is in against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Zaria goes back against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. These two exchanging shoulder tackles right now. Bang. Down goes Callie. Scoops her up. Slams her down. Zaria in control. Zaria obviously with a big experience advantage, but Callie is not one to be messed around with. Callie can sort of match Zaria's power. In fact, she wants a test of strength here. Callie is proposing a test of strength. Ren is watching on backstage. I think Callie wins this. She gets added, doesn't she? There's probably a really good chance that she could win this. Callie goes down on the back. She kips up. Shoulder tackle. Callie goes over to the corner. Zaria charges in. Back elbow. Big right hand. Nice there by Zaria. Big boot. Right now we've got Callie in trouble. Looking for a... Oh, nice throw. Callie in the corner. Zaria collides into her and is looking to get her over the other side and does. Big back body drop. Zaria in control. Callie, Zaria on paper is good, said Jennifer. Right now, picking up Callie. Callie lands on her feet. Back elbow there by Zaria. Callie going over against the ropes. Bang. Lovely. And again, throwing in a couple of left hands here, Callie. Boom! Another shot. Down goes Zaria. Callie coming over. Big clothesline. Zaria to the outsides. Callie going up. Quick as a cat. Crossbody. Down goes Zaria. Did anyone else get like an old school 80s promo vibe from Zilla? It was kind of like a golden age sort of promo, says Opera. Okay, we got Callie screaming out as we've gone to commercial break. I can see this having a screwy finish, said Robbie. Thereby, it gets Callie in the match. Callie on the outside with Zaria. Zaria going into the edge of the ring. Zaria going in the ring as Callie is in control. We have gone to commercial break, though. Elbow coming in there by Callie. And again. And again. Down goes... lovely. Driving the knee in. Callie back up on her feet. Who do we think Lola's going to feud with on Raw, said Jeremy. Well, hard to say, because I don't know if she's coming in as a face or a heel. I mean, she's done both in NXT. So until I know which side of the fence they're going to kind of put her. I mean, I think they might lean her towards being a face. I think they might have her as a face. But honestly, I'm not too sure. She could come in as a heel. Callie charging over again. Big spear there by Callie. I feel like she'd be better as a heel, said Coco Boo. Bang, down she goes. Looking for a cover to kick out. Well, I mean, if she comes in as a heel, then you've got to look at the established faces, which would be probably Becky. I mean, Becky's come back kind of getting in the face of Liv. I know she's getting in the face of Stephanie as well. But that says to me that Becky's in a place where she can kind of work with either. So, I mean, Becky would be an option. Io would be an option. Just got to look at your established faces if she comes in as a heel. Shots coming into the midsection. If she comes in as a face, then she can obviously work with Judgment Day. She can work with Roxanne. She can work with Raquel. She can work with Liv. Coming off against the ropes again. Headlock in there by Callie. Callie going back against the ropes. They're going off the ropes quite a bit here. Off the ropes into headlocks. Bang, slam down. Belly to back suplex. Zaria going over. Almost done with the first hour. Another shot coming in there by Zaria. Elbow drop. Zaria coming over and grabbing Callie. Callie going into the corner. Zaria charging in. Big boot there by Zaria. Callie is rocked. Oh, yeah, it's nice. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. Could have sold that better. She had her tongue out. As she was getting picked up, she was like... Kind of want to see the legs flailing a bit, you know, the arms flailing a bit as you're getting, like, picked up and sort of choked. Forearms being exchanged. Callie going up. Forearm coming in. Is she, I don't know, man. I can't tell if she's selling or if she's actually, like, gassed a little bit. Her work just went a little bit sloppy for me, Callie. Big superplex there by Callie. Callie down. Taking in some deep breaths. Both women are down at the moment. Callie trying to get to her knees as Zaria comes over. They're both throwing in some shots at each other. If this is selling by Callie, it's really good because I really am buying that she's shattered. I really am buying that because her work just got a little sloppy as well. So if it means she's like selling, she's doing a really good job of selling the effects of this match. Ducking underneath a couple of times there. A couple of jabs coming in there by Callie. Oh, hello. Oh, kick there. Headbutt coming in there by Zaria. Zaria against the ropes. Yeah, gets caught. Powerbomb. Callie going for the cover. To kick out. Kick out by Zaria. Zaria selling the effects of this thing as well. Zaria going over to the corner. Callie has got her sights, charging in. Driving in a shoulder. Over in the corner again, looking to come back over, but... Big boot. Didn't love the camera angle. Discus clothesline. 1, 2, Zaria. No! Kick out by Callie. That felt like it could have been the finish. I like the contests. I like how both women are really putting in work to show that they've been beaten down and the gas tank is empty and all of that. I do think it's a bit rough around the edges in some places. Oh, bang. I do look at these two and think, man, if they work together on house shows and, you know, built up their chemistry, they could really put on something really quite special, actually. Callie going against the ropes, picking up speed. Zaria in trouble. Zaria in trouble. Oh, big spin. That was good. That was really good. Zaria spears Callie. Oh, reversed. 1, 2. Callie gets it. Callie gets it. Callie gets a win over Zaria. That's a big win for her. Look at that. Coming off the ropes and getting murked. Felt like that was going to be the end. Zaria, though, probably should have gone straight for the pin. allowed Callie just to get an opportunity where she could just get a roll up. And so, fairly unsurprisingly, this weekend has now been made a triple threat. Ren, Callie, Zaria, the winner, is going to leave with both belts. Could be Callie 2 belts. You play. This guy's not the best on-screen person, is he? I gotta warn you, you're playing with fire. Why have we brought this young boy in off the street? Does this bring your kid to work day? Okay, BirthRight are coming out. Hello, Sean. Hope you're doing well. With Jordan Grace not doing anything, would we love to see her go to NXT and win the women's title? I don't know, to be honest, because, I mean, we're past SummerSlam. And, you know, there's probably a period now where we could do something with Jordan. So, I don't know. If they don't have any plans for her for, say, the rest of the year, then yeah, why not? Why not put her back down to NXT and just get her on TV a bit? But I don't know if they don't have any plans. People were saying earlier, I think it was Robbie, wasn't it, saying earlier that she might be making her way over to Raw, which I could believe that. And if that is true, then that would fill me with a little bit of confidence that they've got something up their sleeve. So, or you Jordan Grace heads might not have to wait too much longer to see her in action. ESPN are not going to renew their deal with WWE. Do we think they would go back to Peacock? Depends what the offers on the table are. It's literally coming down to money in it. I mean, when it's time for that deal to expire and it's time to kind of go to wherever we're going to go to, they're just going to go to the place that puts in the most money. If that is Peacock, then yeah, we could go back to Peacock. It could be another platform that comes in. It's really going to depend on what's on the table at the time. I've got a feeling that Callie was going to win because the steel cage match, they'd put a graphic on that had Tony, Zilla, Grace, and Cruz, but it had Kendall, Kalani, Ren, Zaria, and Callie. A bit of a spoiler, said Matteo. All right, I didn't see that. I would agree. I would say that probably was a little bit of a spoiler. The Beach Kevin said the WWE deal is up in 2030. There's no way that they've made that decision now. I think, wasn't it more like if they don't? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to have made that decision now. But yeah, again, if they don't, then it'll be what's on the table at the time. We've still got 4 more years of ESPN regardless, says Spawny. What if PLEs go to CW, says Nathan. Well, again, I don't know where. I don't even know where they do air in America at the moment. I mean, for us, it's on Netflix, but you know, it's gonna come down to whenever these deals expire, WWE is going to look at the offers on the table and go for the one that gives them the most money. And it'll be as simple as that. Days, the roster must have been smaller in the 90s. I don't remember people missing time. Everyone was on the shows that they were signed, as far as I can recall, says Andy. Well, I mean, that was not the case, obviously, in the early mid-90s, because Raw was only an hour, so people would miss out on a regular basis. There was quite a lot where you wouldn't see Bret Hart or you wouldn't see people. As we kind of moved to a more of a 2-hour presentation, then, you know, you would obviously have a lot more time to get people on. So I've never looked. I've never looked at, like, you know, when we switched to 2 hours, having a look at the shows and then basing it against the roster at that time. But I mean, even at that time, there will have been more wrestlers than TV time because they still had to deal with injuries and they still had to deal with, you know, those kinds of issues. So, don't know. To be honest, I just don't think we really thought about it along those way. I mean, so I didn't really think about it. It was, if someone wasn't on the show, it wasn't a big problem because it was so usual. Certainly when it was an hour, you know, you would tune in hoping that you would see, say, The Undertaker, and there's a good chance you wouldn't. It would be the week that he wasn't on. And then at the end, they'd be like, join us next week. The Undertaker's going to be here, or we've got this match coming up next week. And so, you know, you'd kind of have an idea as to who you'd be seeing the next week. But it wasn't everyone every week when it was an hour. And it was an hour for a good amount of time, Raw. But yes, obviously when it went to 2 hours, that then gave you more TV time. But even then, you'd have to cross-reference it with probably like SmackDown. What's it called? SmackDown Hotel, is it? Smack Talk Hotel or whatever. Those guys have got like all the rosters from history, so you can go back and cross-reference. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We're 10 minutes into hour 2, and we have got some tag team action. I loved Raw when it was an hour, says Nathan. It's interesting because I've done some work, haven't I, on going back to those old shows. And you know, some of the lowest rated Raws are those hour ones. Some of the worst scores that Raw ever had is 93, 94, 95. I mean, it wasn't a great time for WWE anyway, right? Compared to Attitude Era or compared to what we've been getting post-pandemic. But, yeah, I love those times. I mean, I think there's probably a lot of nostalgia at play, but I'm with you. Okay, it's an 8-man tag match. This is the match we were talking about where we got BirthRight against Noam, Romeo, Sean Legacy, Dorian Van Dukes. You had a lot of those entrances happening during the commercial break. But we are underway with this match. Okay, backslide by Noam. We're going to end the poll so that we don't get confused. We've only got, as we said, about 50 minutes left this week. I think it started really, really well with that weaponized steel cage match. I think since then, it's probably just been a pretty standard episode, hasn't it, of NXT? It's really interesting, though, because I'm still feeling pretty positive about this show. Even though maybe since that open, we haven't really had loads of like crazy moments. It's just been pretty solid. I mean, scores like good 96. Callie and Zaria got good 99. So, I mean, I suppose it's been good. Shots coming in. Jennifer said, this match is just like a showcase. Oh, yeah, definitely. A lot of talent on display here. Even on the BirthRight side, actually. I mean, you've got that Uriah Connors, who I think is quite an interesting prospect. Lexis King gets the ropes. He gets knocked down. DVD and Legacy working together. We've got some NXT chants. Okay, tag being made. Going against the ropes. Nice. Working on the arm. Daze, NXT is NXT is airing live on the West Coast on CW at 12 and 3 East. So the rating might die a death. CW is airing Heatwave rerun at 7 till 10. So that rating might be lower. They're airing on the West Coast on CW 12-3. Let's see. Against the ropes. Oh, lovely work by Romeo, but turns around straight into a drop kick. Jared said it was easier in the 90s and the 2000s. They didn't have the brands, so if you didn't feature on Raw, then you could get used for SmackDown. True. SmackDown only started 99, didn't it? But I get your point, because you've got like Superstars and All American Wrestling and, you know, all the other shows. Ankle locks are in. They go to the outsides. BirthRight are in control. Crossbody there by Sean Legacy and Dorian. There's Ariana Grace. They go to the outsides. Missile drop kick there by Romeo. Romeo going against the ropes. Gets tripped over there by Connors. Bang! Big boot coming in. Okay, going to commercial break. Days, even back then, you might not see people every week, but the big boss man wouldn't go missing for like months like modern stars. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the talking point. It's not that people miss out, it's the amount of time that they're absent for. I agree with that. As you say, you might not see like Undertaker every week, or you might not see people every week, but you know, they wouldn't go away for months and months. I suppose though, I don't know, I mean, like if you're someone like Damien Demento, or if you're someone like Max Moon, or if you're someone like that level, because I don't know, I mean, we've got a high regard for Ilya Dragunov and Jordan Grace and whatever, but I don't know, in the grand scheme of things, in the pecking order of things, what would they be comparable to? You know, they're kind of newcomers that haven't really done a great deal on the main roster because they haven't been allowed to. Would you say that Jordan was a big boss man level, or is she actually more a Max Moon, Damien Demento level at the moment? And, you know, could go on to do more if given the opportunity. So, I don't know. I agree with you. Like, those kinds of names, you wouldn't have them missing for as long as what these names are missing. But then are the names that are missing at the moment kind of comparable to a Big Boss Man or a Mr. Perfect or, you know, someone like that? I don't know. It's interesting. I do think that the rosters are more crowded. I wouldn't be shocked if we did the work to find out that they were, you know, bigger now. And as was pointed out, you've got 2 hours, haven't you? I mean, you're assigned to a show. So, like, you know, what was just said, if you didn't feature on the one show, you could feature on Superstars or feature on All American Wrestling or feature on, you know, SmackDown when it came along. Whereas now, if you don't feature on Raw, you got to basically wait till next week's Raw. Going for a headlock. We are, I don't know, I mean, I've still got the action on screen right now, so I don't know if we're at commercial break or not anymore. Do we know why NXT is not working on YouTube TV, said Anthony. I don't know. I've never watched it that way. I don't know. NXT airing. Oh, we read that. I wonder if oversaturation of social media has got an impact to what wrestlers WWE use, said Bishop. I think there's a lot of factors. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to having to make a decision, isn't it? And there's obviously going to be reasons as to why a decision gets made. But it gets made for reasons. So it could be numbers. It could be that they we said, I mean, even things like if you was going to re-sign Bailey now to make sure she doesn't go to AEW, would you say to her, look, we're going to do this with you next year, sign the deal, we'll give you a fair amount of money, and next year we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, right? If you do that, then you've got to honor that next year, which means that Bailey might not be that hot with the crowds, right? There might be women that are more over, but you've already committed to working with Bailey in order for her to sign. Oh, look at that. Nepo Oos jersey that Grayson Waller is wearing. That's nice. That's nice. I tell you, Zilla's going to... I'm very interested to see how Zilla's going to deal with Grayson. Very interested. So anyway, to wrap up what we were saying, yeah, that decision has to get made why you use certain people, don't use other people. And there's going to be a whole plethora of reasons as to, you know, why that decision gets made. DVD is in. Lovely kick there by DVD. Nice. Hurricanrana. Top rope pulled down, to the outside goes the other members of BirthRight. We got DVD Chance. Big boot there by Stacks. Stacks against the ropes. He's getting picked up, chucked to the outsides. DVD showing off that strength against the ropes. Now showing off that agility. Down goes BirthRight. Ariana Grace just standing there. We got some NXT chants. Right now, big splash. Another big splash. 1, 2. There we go. It's a 2 count. Some good action here. Daze, how are you? Hello, Reese. Hope you're doing well, buds. I'm good, thank you. Crowd slightly, little bit of a murmur of this is awesome. I think DVD has just come in and really grabbed this crowd. Oh, that's lovely by Noam. That's really nice. He's just picked up Charlie Dempsey, slammed him down, gone straight into an armbar. Whoa, Uriah coming off the top. Against the ropes goes. Oh, Spanish fly there by Sean Legacy. Stacks. Springboard into a back elbow. Duck underneath, looking for another one. Gets caught. Oh, driven down by DVD. Here's Lexis King. Blockbuster. Oh, lovely kick there by Romeo. Romeo all fired up. I really like Romeo. He goes against the ropes. He's going to go. Look at that. Always impresses me when he comes off the ropes. That jumps up, that standing vertical leap where he can just go from the ground to the top rope. He's very good. Look at the heights. First of all, was it Legado or LWO? It might have been LWO that kind of did that rocket launcher using the ropes to sort of like propel. We just saw a version of that where Legacy was just shot right up. Okay, it's a win there for BirthRight. It's Noam Dar that gets pinned, and that's a really fun match. Okay. Let's get the scores, shall we? That launcher looks so good. Firing him up into the air. I mean, BirthRight should win. They're around each other all the time. I mean, if they're not going to be able to beat a load of people that have just been chucked together, that's not a great look, is it? Okay. Here's Keanu. Ref's decision is final. Robert was not happy. No, here's Shiloh. I like the fact they explained that. I respect that. I respect the fact that they just explained why his vision came back a lot quicker than Tony's, and he was talking about the concentration of the mix. Okay, we've got Fenix taking on EK Prosper. This could this could seriously bang. We've opened with a really great match. I think the rest of the show has been really solid. Goods. That last match I thought was really fun, and now we're going to follow it up with Rey Fenix versus EK Prosper. Mate, let's go. This better bang, said Jennifer. I think it will. I can't see how it won't. This match should be absolute fire, said K-Dub. I hope this next match bangs, said Doug Dilly. I'm excited for anything to do with AAA. I'm not as tuned in, so it's a good way to introduce them, says Coco Boo. Match going to be crazy, says Moon Knight. Days, according to a Bianca update, she might never come back. She's now having numbness in both hands. Really? What the flip? She's now having numbness in both hands. The hell's happened to her? That's crazy. Well, I mean, I think we'd all kind of written her off, and we've, I don't know. I wasn't expecting to see her this year, so I don't know. I mean, just for her own health, she needs to get that looked into, get that sorted, and see what's going on there. I mean, that can't be connected, can it? That can't be connected. Why would her damaging the nerve in the one hand start affecting the nerve in the other hand? Perhaps it is connected. I don't know. Hope she's all right. I think rumours about Stax and Ariana splitting were true. They're keeping their distance now, and they're no longer affectionate on camera, says Max. Yeah. They I agree. They don't seem to be as affectionate with the... I feel sorry for them, actually. I mean, do you know what I mean? You kind of... it happens all the time in the performance centre. You know, how are you ever going to really stop two people that like each other, that are around each other all the time? I mean, of course, you got loads of single, great-looking girls, loads of single, great-looking guys. Of course. It's always been that way at the PC. It always will be that way at the PC. But, you know, these relationships don't always work out. I think you've got to really think about that before you get into something. Like, how's this going to work if it doesn't work? But you don't really think that way as humans, do you? You're just like, I want what I want, and I want it now. So, yeah, if it hasn't worked out, I feel sorry for them. And it must be tricky to sort of be around each other. Maybe it's okay at this point, but when one moves on, you know, then it might be a bit... These are the kind of behind the scenes things that maybe we don't think about so much. But these are just humans with emotions that are going to be going through these things, you know. Okay, we are at commercial break right now. Get your thoughts in for that last match. What did you think about that last match? Very Veruca salt of you, says Alex. Thank you. I liked it. Okay, we've just got a little advert for Triple Mania. That's obviously on September 11th, September 13th. I think the Zuffa Boxing's on September 12th. Would you ever want to go back to no brand? I think there's pros and cons to it, honestly. I think there's pros and cons. I think the cons are that if you start having no brand, you might start getting some of the bigger stars appearing twice to try and influence the numbers. So, you know, you might start seeing like Cody on both shows. Roman could pop up on both shows. You know, we already get like Bloodline a bit on both shows. I think that it's good that there's like space for two rosters. That's your show. That's your show. You know, if you started doing no show and it just like everyone can go anywhere, then I don't know. I feel like it would be a little chaotic, maybe a little disorganized, logistical nightmare as well. I mean, right now you've got two rosters, two writing teams. I can really see the benefit of having the two individual brands and having the two shows and having the two writing teams and the two rosters. And yeah, I mean, there's only so much TV time. So if you had no show, you're not going to magically be able to get people on that aren't getting on right now. You could put them on, but people that are on right now will end up missing out. So it doesn't. I don't know what it fixes, to be honest. I don't know what it would fix if you got rid of the brand split. So I think it's probably right that we're doing what we're doing. I feel like I can find more pros for doing what we're doing right now. I just think the rosters are so big as well. Here's Rey Fenix. When Priest won the North American title and he was in a hot tub in gear, I swear he was. Don't know if he was in gear. I remember him being in a hot tub. Okay, handshake between Rey Fenix and EK Prosper. This could be seriously, seriously good. One fall. AAA World Cruiserweight Championship. Sonny, hello. Hope you're well, buds. Don't forget, we've got shows this weekend. We're going to be doing NXT this weekend. We're going to be doing AAA this weekend. I need to get those streams set up, actually. It is on my to-do list for today. He is here now. He is here now. Ray, I'm glad he's here now. Imagine if he wasn't here now. He is here now. I feel like he got a little bit lost in what he was saying there, or just momentarily forgot something and had to fill. Because that's a weird thing to say, isn't it? He's here now. Okay, here we go. Did he forget his name, said Wade? I think he did. He forgot something. There's no way that he planned on saying he's here now. He's here now, right now. We're doing the match in front of you right now. Not tomorrow or next week. It's now. You could probably turn that into a thing, though. You know, like how Bruce Buffer is like, it's time. He could probably turn it into, it's happening now. Yeah. Okay. Chop coming in there by EK. EK going over. Oh my God, look at that by EK. So good. Chop coming in there by Rey Fenix. And again. Going up on the top, bop, bouncing around. Oh my God, so good. Ray Fenix is like, anything you can do, I can do better. Okay, Fenix gets the ropes. Shoulder to the midsection. Goes, drop kick there by EK. Big drop kick. Ray Fenix felt that. He goes to the outside. EK. He's going to go big. He's going up. He does go up. He's perched. And look at, oh, lovely work. Moonsaults to the outsides. EK is rolling. That gave me flashbacks to when Eva effed up with ring announcing, said Alex. Carmen, hello. Many people only join us, Carmen, to get a weekly update from yourself. I went to Griffith, Indiana, St. Mary Hildebrand Hall to see Backbreaker Wrestling this Saturday. Saturday coming. How have you already managed to go to a show that hasn't yet aired? Explain yourself, you time-traveling freak. Carmen, I hope you will. We are at commercial break. Big time fly-in, says Moon Knight. This match is already better than SmackDown was, said Jeremy. Tristan says, hi, Carmen. I would like to see around WrestleMania time more inter-promotional matches like Raw Superstar versus SmackDown Superstar, says Daryl. The Fenix that we're getting now is the one we hoped we would get when he first signed. Yeah, I agree with that. He's really doing a great job. This run that he's on right now has been fantastic. Oh, big boot. Big boot. Kick coming back. 1, 2, kick out. Yeah, Ray Fenix is in control. How does that work? I would like to time travel as well, said Quick. Well, you need to ask Carmen. He has already been to a show that airs on Saturday. Unless he's lying. Unless he's a liar. Ray Fenix has got EK down on the ground. Oh, that's a lovely little pin. That's a lovely little pin. Look at that. He's got him all kind of tied up at the moment. EK being kept grounded, being stretched out. Okay, forearm there by EK. And again, shot coming back there by Fenix. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Against the ropes. Goes EK. Goes Fenix. Both against the ropes. Both collide into each other. Both go down. Both collide into each other at the exact same moment. This is awesome. Slight this is awesome, chant. I think, are we still at commercial break? I don't know. Crowd were chanting this is awesome, but they're also a little bit quiet. I mean, it's very quickly stopped. Both guys down on their knees. Exchanging a few shots at each other. I feel like we've just at commercial break, and I feel like this thing's going to pick up speed in a second. Both back up on the feet. They both hit out at each other. Exchanging blows. Yeah. We was at commercial break. It used to have a little clock in the corner. I don't always get that now. So sometimes you could look up there and see a timer. But as I said, it's not there anymore. Right now, we got him coming over, back from commercial now, said Jeremy. There we go. Forearms being exchanged, kick to the midsection, another kick, Enziguri kick. Another kick coming in there by Rey Fenix. Double underhooks. Picks up EK. Was that reversed? I think it was. A little sloppy, but he reversed it. Prosper on the outside. Springboard with a big knee. Got some really good height there. 1, 2. Kick out. I mean, technically his shoulders were still down. Oh, that's a lovely driver. That's lovely. 1, 2. Again, technically his shoulders are still down. He's kicking out, but his shoulders are still down. I mean, it must be one of those kind of rules where if you're in the process of kicking out, it's okay. But I don't know. That's a grey area. That's a grey area. Interesting that Fenix, like, uses his legs to kick out. Doesn't just get the... Do you know what I mean? I mean, not that I should be giving any kind of critique to Rey Fenix. But if I was, I'd be like, you know, when you're kicking out... Can you just do that? Rather than, like, trying to kick out here because your shoulders are still technically down. Right now, he's perched. Rey Fenix. Crossbody. Down goes EK. 2. EK kicks out. He loves that, doesn't he? Running on that rope with that kind of big boot. It looks good, actually, from Rey Fenix. Oh, he's got a distance to travel there. He travelled it well. 2. Kick out there by EK. Even EK's got a little bit of doing that kind of a kick out. Penta, Rey Fenix team this weekend, but they'll be opponents on Monday. Let's go, Fenix. Let's go, EK. Let's go, Fenix. Roll through there by Fenix. Oh, got caught. That was good. EK grabbed him. Bang, into a German. Fenix gets the ropes. Oh, into a cutter. Into a cutter. Down goes EK. Nice. Nice. We got some loud NXT chants. We got some AAA chants. Fenix on his feet in the corner, looking to charge over there to EK. Knee comes in. He's got EK up in the corner. We're going to go for that Mexican muscle buster. No joy. Big boot. Top rope Enziguri. EK spills to the outsides. Right now he's getting to the outside. We got EK down. He's climbing up. He grabs EK. Goes up. Shot coming in there by EK. And again. Fenix is up top. EK on the outside. Goes up. Grabs him. Keeps his balance. Oh my God, it was huge! Super Rana! That was sick. Do you know, I mean, he jumps from outside the ring, sort of has to find his balance, then goes again. I mean, it's so impressive. EK is so impressive. So is Rey Fenix. What a match. Look at that as well. The moonsault, but it misses. Rey Fenix charging over, collides into EK. And I think he's going to set up for that Mexican muscle buster. Kick coming in. Here it comes. Here it is. He's got it in. Rey Fenix, beginning of the ends. Beginning of the ends. 1, 2, 3. Really good. Really fun. Nice. Well done, everyone. Rey Fenix picks up the victory. I don't know that it was better than his match with Dragon Lee. I'd say the Dragon Lee match was better. But I think, you know, for a Tuesday night, for NXT, I think that's a really, really fun, solid match. Any week, on any show. EK Prosper going toe-to-toe there with Rey Fenix, showing that he is such an exciting future prospect. EK stock going up, said Video Watcher. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Rey Fenix comes over. Grabs EK, helps him up to his feet, shows some real respect there. Shakes his hand, these two bowing at each other. Yeah. Who's going to be the #1 contender to the OTC? We find out next week. Okay, we got another boomer, another NASCAR boomer. This one looks older, though. This one looks like he's gone through puberty. Okay, how long we got? 16 minutes. Two title defenses, 2 dubs, says Miles. I don't know what I would do if we lost these belts, says Tavium. Here's Hank and Tank. Honk Honk World Tour 25. Boys are back in town. We're focused on one thing at a time. We're focused at one thing at a time. We'll see you around. I mean, that's basically just a polite way of saying no, innit? Okay, we've got a big summit coming up now. A big summit. We've got all the big names that are going to be featuring at Heatwave in the ring. We've got the 4 guys. I think we got Ren, who's going to be in there. I think Kendall's going to be in there. Kalani's going to be in there. I think Zaria might be in there. Just saw a graphic with a load of people on it. So we've got that coming up next. Okay, get your thoughts in for that Rey Fenix EK Prosper match. What did you think about it? Daze Backbreaker Wrestling's next event is going to be outdoors on September 12th. Well, that'll be good because you won't miss Triple Mania. Triple Mania's on the 11th and the 13th. So you have got permission to go to that, buds. This community is giving you permission to go to Backbreaker Wrestling. As long as you're back for the 13th, yeah, then that's absolutely fine. NXT has lost some star power with the departure of Tatum and Lola, says Video Watcher. On the women's side, yeah, but, you know, we've got so many great, like, women coming through. Got some great men coming through. I mean, EK Prosper, Keanu Carver, you know, these are all like new faces. DVD coming through on the men's side. On the women's side, you know, Callie Armstrong. To be honest, even Kendall Gray's not been around that long. But all things considered. But you know, we've still got loads of great talent in Evolve. I mean, we've got PJ Vassar down there who, you know, could be kind of an interesting prospect. There's a few people coming through. A lot of the big names actually in Evolve. I was just thinking, a lot of the big names are like Carmen, Wendy, Nikita. There's a lot of people, Thea. There's a lot of people in Evolve right now that we've kind of seen before, actually. Mr. B Light said, I actually don't approve of him going. Maybe we need a poll if Carmen should go on. Oh, wow. I didn't know this was a hot topic, but yeah, we can do that. Quickly get your thoughts in and we'll do a quick poll to see if you lot are willing to let Carmen go to Backbreaker Wrestling. I mean, I don't think it's a problem, to be honest, because it doesn't really collide with anything. But, you know, this is a very harsh community. It's a community that I think doesn't really want to see people have fun. I can get behind that. I support that. So quickly get your votes in. We'll do a quick poll to see if Carmen should be allowed to go to Backbreaker Wrestling. And Carmen, you've got to honour whatever the chat decides. Yeah? Otherwise, this just doesn't work. Days, I'm thinking that this could be about a 7. Where are you score-wise? Yeah, I'm about that as well, actually. I'm about that as well. I think this show deserves to be sort of recognised as being above normal. I think that we've just had, well, I think the tag match was really fun. I think the Rey Fenix match was really fun. I think Zaria was a bit rough at times, but was not bad. I like the end of the Carver match where he's chucking Cam Hendricks around. I thought that looked good. And then the weaponized cage match, you know, got a great rating from you guys. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is above normal, actually. Which is even more surprising when you think this is a go-home. Didn't even talk about the fact this was a go-home. Okay, I'm ending the poll. You lot have had enough time. We need to bully a community member now. Should Carmen be allowed to go to Backbreaker Wrestling? Carmen, I'm just going to ask the community buds. Whilst they're deciding that, I'm jotting down these scores. Wow. You lot said that was great. 85. That actually puts it above the weaponized cage match, which was great 83. They're just running down the Heatwave cards. Okay, we've only got 10 minutes left, and we're probably going to do a load of entrances by the looks of it. Candle. Candle. Da-ba-da-ba. Candle and Ren. Candle and Ren. Candle and Ren. Ren XT sign in the crowds. I swear, one is turning on the other at some point. I don't feel like we're in that neighborhood anymore. We were asking that question not long ago. I don't feel like we're there right now. Okay. Love the Bearded said, I voted yes, you should go. Shining Wizard said, where's the maybe option? Well, that doesn't really help, does it, if we put a maybe in? Got to be more decisive than that. It's either yay or nay. Okay, so we've got Rem, we got Kendall. Last year I was in Evolve. I was the 2025 Iron Survivor, and I'm your NXT Women's Champion. There's people in this company that go hundreds of days without defending their title, but that's not me. Yeah. Take that, Liv Morgan. Take that. Okay. The target's on my back, and you better not miss. Here's Kalani. See what she's got to say. It's only going to take one shot for me at Heatwave. We're going to be in my home state. Here's Zaria. Okay, so she said that in Texas it's going to be the RenQCCCC because it's going to be a championship celebration. Here's Callie. I do like how she calls people heifers. Okay, here's Grayson. It's a bit strange having the men come out during this women's bit, but we've only got 5 minutes, and we do need to. He's just pointing out. He's just pointing out the Nepo Oos. Great to look at, hard to listen to. I've got this from here. Great to look at, hard to listen to. You're going to do so well at Heatwave. We ain't going to be talking about them lucha losers. I do find him very entertaining. He's very good with a microphone in his hands. Here's Tony. I don't care if this is Grayson Waller 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. Someone yelled, shut up. You're going to be the same thing you always are, and that's a disappointment. Okay, here's Cruz Montana. Restaurant said, Callie's off-putting with the mic. It's annoying. She's totally biting off Naomi's promo style. K-Dub said, the women are like WTF. I need that Nepo Oos shirt, said Video Watcher. Okay. Cruz. In the crowd. Nice reaction. Okay, Cruz said that he's heard NXT's dysfunctional, but he kind of likes it. Running out of road here. Okay. You lot came here to talk, but I came here to throw hands. And we do start getting big brawls. Zilla still hasn't appeared. I'm sure he'll make his presence felt. Tony gets pulled to the outside there by Cruz. The girls. Oh, Zaria dealing with Callie. Okay, X Factor. Ah, back elbow. Back elbow there by... Oh, there's Zilla. Zilla going up. Up top. Nice. Crossbody lays out everyone on the outside. Grabs the championship. Zilla has got the NXT championship in his hands. He raises it in the ring. Ren raises hers. You know what they say? If you look good on the go home. I don't know that this is a great sign for Zilla. That he's winning this weekend, but... Everyone's lying down like they've been killed. Even all the women in the ring are just not moving. Okay, there we go. I mean, I didn't think a great deal about that finish, to be honest. But, you know, it was what it was. I mean, we've got a big show this weekend. Of course, we've got to get everyone out there. There wasn't really a great deal to do. Much was, though. There wasn't, like, tons of time. Overall, great go-home, says Moon Knight. I agree. Overall, a very, very good show. Let's get the final segment score. I think it's fine. As a finish, it's probably what it should be. Let's take that down. A very entertaining night, honestly. I mean, went into this kind of hoping we could keep some good vibes going from yesterday. And I think we have. I think we definitely have. Ren is amazing, said Jam Quick. I think that's the best show of this year, said Tribal List. It was a great go home. Is there a chance of a prediction video for Sunday shows? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if I was to do one, it would probably have to be Saturday, which might be a bit close. So there's a chance. Andres said for a second thought, he might have splashed Kalani. The show is just too short. The show is too long and the show is just right, says Joe. I thought they got it about right tonight. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of praise for this show, and I think deservedly so. Daze, who is going to win the NXT men's title, said Jeremy. Well, I don't think it's going to be Zilla. I do find myself wondering if Tony's going to keep a hold of it. You know, is it a case that he can, you know, is this just a way of getting all of this talent onto the show and actually Tony emerges with the belt? It means then we can just set up some singles matches. I don't think Tony needs particularly protecting or anything. So I think Tony's got to be amongst the favourites. I think Zilla's going to be in NXT for a little while, so I don't think he needs the belt right now. I'm looking at Grayson. I'm looking at Cruz. Cruz has only just come in. Grayson's only just come down, but obviously Grayson's not looking to stay here for a long time. He's just looking to get a bit of momentum and hopefully go straight back up, right? So I think I would be leaning Grayson getting it, to be honest. I'd be leaning towards either Tony retains or Grayson gets it, because both of the others have only just arrived. So there's no urgency there. But I think with Grayson, there's maybe a little more urgency because he's not looking to spend a year or two in NXT. He's ideally looking to come down, make a connection, make a noise, make a splash, get some attention. And one of the ways you can do that is by winning the championship quite quickly. So I think he's got to be the number one person outside of the champ retaining. But I could see Tony retaining as well. So probably torn between those two. I think I'll go 51-49 Grayson Waller. 51-49. I'm like basically 50-50 torn between those two, but I'll just lean Grayson. I'm hoping Grayson wins, said Jeremy. Grayson will win. Otherwise, what other story do we have? Well, he could just get into a feud, wouldn't he? I mean, he'd just get into a feud with Zilla or something, get into a feud with Cruz. He's just a heel who can just get into some feuds with people. I mean, the great thing about Grayson is he doesn't necessarily need the belt because he can just make noise with the microphone. I mean, even there, he's come out with a couple of lines that's going to get a reaction, you know. Great to look at, but yeah, difficult to listen to. I can see that getting some traction online. So, and you know, he's got his Nepo Oos shirt. So, I mean, he's so good at that. I mean, everyone's getting shots. He's had a go at the women. He's had a go at the guys. He's wearing a shirt that's mocking someone. He's good at just making noise and, you know, getting, you know, I mean, that shirt will probably trend. Or do, you know, the rounds. People will be talking about it on social media. The lines that he said to the women, you know, he's just good at just, you know, maximizing his time. So, yeah, you can put the belt on him and, you know, that'll be good. Give him a bit of credibility, give him a bit of momentum, whatever. But even if they don't, it'll be okay because as long as he's getting regular TV time, I think he's good enough to get something out of it, to make some noise. So, but yeah, I think I'd go Grayson as well, honestly. I think that there's a talent there. He's always had this talking ability. It's why when he got called up, he had the Grayson Waller Effect talk show, because he can talk. You know, he's got that ability. We just haven't been using it. I have absolutely no idea why, other than we couldn't fit it on the show, and maybe we wanted to try and bring through some of his other elements. We wanted to bring out his wrestling a bit more. We know he can talk, so let's try and develop his wrestling. Maybe that was part of the strategy. But the thing is, you kind of took away one of his biggest strengths, which was his talking. So it's no surprise to me he's come down to NXT, he started talking again, and we're all like, oh man, he's really fun. Because he was really fun when he was in NXT the first time around. So I think this is why when people are like, oh, they've buried him, he's gone to NXT, I don't see it that way. He's getting on TV, he's making some noise, and this could really reinvigorate him, you know? You see it all the time, don't you? Like Cody left and Drew left and, you know, they were better for it. This isn't leaving the company, but it is leaving the main roster and going to NXT. where, you know, now he's getting TV time and he's got the ability to make some noise, have a microphone, have some matches, be able to show what he can bring. And as long as he's got the opportunity to do that, I think he can really impress. I wish we had a brand that was like a bridge between NXT and the main roster. It's quite a jump, but I would love it if they could tour some smaller buildings, own creative and titles. Oh, what, like this bridge brand? Yeah, I suppose I don't know quite what that looks like, because if you go from the main roster to even just a step below or somewhere in between the two, you're probably still going to be seen as being demoted, of course. I wonder if that's where, like, if we bought TNA would sit. I wonder if it would sit in between the two. You know, you could get promoted from NXT to TNA, or you could, if they really believe in you, go straight to Raw SmackDown. If you're struggling for TV time, like, say, a Jordan or someone, you could go to TNA, and that's that kind of step down, but it's not as far as NXT. Maybe there's something in that. Yeah, maybe there's a place where you could put a promotion like that, and that promotion just wouldn't really feature at WrestleMania. It wouldn't feature at Survivor Series. You might use some of its talent in a Rumble, but you know, it's not got a world champion, and I don't know. It's hard. Maybe. Listen, if WWE could make money from it, I'm sure they would do it. Right, Carmen, we did ask the question if you should be allowed to go, and amazingly, and don't ask me why, the community said yes, you should, which I am absolutely appalled at, that we've been so kind and so generous and so nice. But listen, it's just part of the community that I'll never understand, that I'll never get my head around. But they have been kind, they have been generous, they have been nice, and they are saying that you should go. So, with our love, with our blessing, you are allowed to go to Backbreaker Wrestling. Well done. Well done. Congrats. Say hello to Trog from us, and all the other great wrestlers that they've got there, like Ant-Man and Banana Boy and whoever else. Wrestler Andy said, Daze, do we think that they could bring back ECW, WCW, but maybe just have them as completely alternative brands? Yeah, I think the ECW one's really interesting because there is an argument for that. Not as a bridge, but as just like a brand that completely is separate. That's a brand where it's just extreme and it's not confined to PG. That talent does not feature at WrestleMania or anything. It is literally its own entity. You really go big with the ECW brand because you don't really want parents allowing kids to tune into that, because it is the kind of adult side of WWE. And, you know, it just lives and dies by its own merit. I wouldn't have matches at WrestleMania or anything like that. You can promote it, but make it very clear that, it's not for kids. And on like Raw and SmackDown, whatever. And I don't know. I don't know how that would do late at night. Could that be something? I think there's definitely a market for it. There's definitely, like, for a more adult, an hour show that's a bit more adult, where there's a bit more, the violence is turned up and maybe it's a little bit sexier. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think there's something to that, definitely. I mean, in this day and age, you've got to worry about offending people and being cancelled. But other than that, there's probably something you could do. WCW, I'm not so sure. I mean, WCW was like 26 odd, 25 years ago now. So, it's a long time. That's in 95, yearning a promotion that ended in 1970. I think we've very much moved on. I think there's a fair few of us that have got nostalgia for it, but I don't know. I don't know that it would. I don't know. I don't know how it would do. Honestly, I wouldn't be down on it, but I feel like the ECW one with a more extreme style I can see how that would work better than a WCW show, you know. Do we think that WWE rushed the ESPN start of PLEs with WrestlePalooza instead of going with the original plan of Mania being the start? I'm not sure what difference it makes. What difference would it have made? If they had stopped and just gone with, like, you know, I don't know if it was as late as WrestleMania, but don't know. What difference would it have made? You still would have had the same frustrations, I think. I mean, they've been going... If anything, you could say that starting earlier means that they've had more time to work out any frustrations, any kind of things that aren't right. They've had more time to work it out. So any frustrations you've got, I can't really make an argument that they wouldn't still be there if we'd have delayed it. So I'm not sure I'm not sure what difference it's made. We've started it because we could start it early. I think, if my memory serves me right, Peacock are allowed to have so many shows a year, and it turned out they'd already delivered it. Peacock get like 13 shows a year, and when they looked at like the amount of 2-day events, and I think Evolution was like an extra event, I think WWE worked out, well, we've delivered that. We owe you 13 shows. We've given you 13 shows. So we're off, bye. And so they went to ESPN. But like, if you'd have delayed it, would it have made any difference? I'm not sure. Can't really make an argument it would. The current betting odds have got +110 for Zilla, +150 for Grayson, +250 for Tony, and +400 for Cruz. That's interesting. Interesting, they've got Zilla as favourite. I wonder if that changes after this week, because the old adage is, if you stand tall on the go home, you don't tend to win at the show, the PLE. So obviously Zilla standing tall, I don't think is the best sign. It's not an exact science, because you can definitely find examples of people standing tall and then winning at the weekend. But if you'd have asked me before this show, do I think Zilla's winning, I would have said no. And then the show has just ended with Zilla standing tall, which is, as I said, probably not a great sign. So I would not have Zilla as favourite, but it's very interesting that he is favourite. Can we pull up super wrestlers? No. I can't, because I'm going to do the breakdown now. So let's end that final poll and see what... let's close that down. See what you lot scored that final segment. You lot scored the final segment. All time, great, goods, bads. Okay, 42. Very close between great and goods. Very, very close. I think great has just shaded it. Lovely. Okay, there we go. Right, we are done. That was NXT. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you enjoyed it. I thought it was a very good show, and that will be reflected in our breakdown, which we're going to do right now. Keep an eye out for opinions. We'll be doing opinions video for NXT tonight, as soon as we're done with the breakdown. And we are back tomorrow. We do have Evolve tomorrow, so we will be around tomorrow. There is also Wrestle Feud for the members. So, yeah, awesome. I'm glad that we had another good show to back up Raw. Hopefully SmackDown can be good as well. And of course, as we said, we're heading towards a pretty big weekend for wrestling. So if I don't see you tomorrow, maybe I'll see you Friday. If I don't see you Friday, maybe I'll see you at the weekend. Don't forget as well, though, Wrestling Escape Pods is doing Web's Got Talent. You've still got time to send a video to Tommy Toy Travels. So just a video, minute long, to Tommy Toy Travels, all one word, at gmail.com. And just send your video clip to him. And it's just really anything that you think people would be impressed by, right? Not your penis, a collection, or maybe a skill, or a fun story that you think people would be really impressed by, or whatever it might be, right? We've done it before. We normally get like 7-8 people enter. I know we already had one submission. I don't know if Tommy's had more. Hopefully he has. But if you want to feature in that, you can. you just got to send that video to tommytoytravels@gmail.com. So make sure you do that. Do it certainly before Thursday. So you've got all day tomorrow to have a little think about it. But we'll be doing that Thursday as well. So awesome. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.